Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. This is Bomani Tyehimba from Africa for Africans Tours and Investments, and with my good brother, Kala Genesis from the Black African Infrastructure Organization and Kala Genesis Radio. And family, we're the dynamic duos of Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood and the kings of Pan-Africanism. Greetings, my brother. How you
What's going on, brother?
I
Bar
got
none.
your
This
hot
is
topics on.
we are the elite class of Pan. Everybody else you listen to are in elementary school. I'm gonna talk about that tonight. Everybody else is in grade school and kindergarten and whatnot. Except for Kaizo. Kaizo is up there, but he's not there yet. He's getting there. He got some good info. He's real smart, intelligent. About Africa and stuff like that. But a couple other people. But he's the only one that does a show that I can say now that he's on point. He don't agree with a lot of stuff we talk about, but he knows the African mind and the geopolitics of reality. And we're gonna go into that tonight.
Absolutely, family. And let me share with you our topic for tonight. So, family, that is the Hotep Shuffle, jockeying for a place under white supremacy, Afrikstan analysis, and you're live with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. So, Kala, why this subject? And
okay, the shuffle, Black America. Remember Robert Townsend did a movie called The Hollywood Shuffle.
yes,
Black America has always been about a shuffle. I said there was a Pan African shuffle. I said there was an Obama shuffle. Everybody got exuberant and excited over Obama and lost their damn minds. We had the Obama shuffle. We had look at what shuffles. We had the Obama shuffle. We had the Pan African shuffle. We had the Hotep shuffle. I had a couple. I can't think of them right now, but we had a couple. I've been building on this topic for years. Okay, the shuffle. That means when Black people get caught up, right? Oh, the reparation shuffle. So therefore, what I'm saying is the shuffle is the unseriousness, but the distractiveness and the exuberance of a topic that Black people get caught up on. Tonight we're talking about the Hotep shuffle, right? The misinformation and the lies and the stuff that we've been told about our history and everything, and the misdirection and misguiding of our people that has our people going all over the place in many different directions. But it's just a shuffle. It doesn't give you anything. It's like a dance. It's like a move. It doesn't get anything, but it just makes you feel good. But the thing is, folks, when you come down off that high, right? When you ever see somebody that having a good time, right? And they having a good time, right? And they go sit down an hour later angry, it makes you bipolar. You sound good when your favorite Hotep hustler is telling you all this stuff and everything. You feel good. You're pumped up and everything like that. You send that Negro money, because he told you were king and a queen,
absolutely, brother, absolutely. And we're definitely going to get into it, and you can just break it down live. Let me just, family, let's go through some of our scheduled information for Africa Tourism Investment and what we're doing in Liberia. And then Kala is going to break down the shuffle in full detail and give it full explanation so we can make sure that we're clear and we're following what he's talking about. Yes, my good brother. So let me switch over.
Okay.
Family, this is our website, africafortheafricans.org. And when we're talking about Africa Tourism Investments and traveling and connecting with us, this is where you get all of the information and all updated schedule, updated conference calls, recordings, and full details. That's World Africa Tourism Investment, and we specialize in it since 2006 all the way to now. So this is what we do, and we have a selected amount of countries, and you have them scrolling down on the screen, and you'll also see those countries as soon as you get to the website. And so that's our website, family, africafortheafricans.org. And once you're on the website, just scroll on down. That's a slideshow that shows a whole lot of different photos, mainly with Africa for Africans t-shirts on across the different parts of the African continent, enjoying our roots culture, journey of a lifetime. As we scroll down, that's our main menu with this all the details right there on the left. You can just click and then just access all the information on the right. And when you click on all the tour information, just definitely want everyone just to take their time and click on it, review all the information. You have a full tour itinerary, which just gets right to the point on what we're doing day to day, and a full tour overview with the cost of the journey, what's included, and what's not included. So those are the first two articles, and you have general terms, visa information, the visa is required, language translation, preparation details, and just encouraging for you to build your immune system and things you can just use and get ready to this. Make sure you're prepared on your journey. So that's what we specialize in, and that's what we try to introduce you to. So that's what we've been doing over the years. So what you'll see is a list of countries, and we just got back from our Ghana repatriation investment journey. That was May 24th to June 5th. So that is the tour schedule. But if you want to stay longer, if you want to do business, if you want to get connected to some networking, that's the journey that we've been building over the years. So that and the Liberia journey is the only one I'd say investment, because that's a focus right there in West Africa. But beyond that, rest of the journeys, we can also do some of those things. But as far as the future of what we're building is in those two countries, based on this, the level of this investment that we want to grow into, and you can only do that in so many countries. So yes, after that last journey, that was the 23rd journey of a lifetime to Ghana. So some of these journeys we've gone to for many times over and over. So we have tour books, tour T-shirts, and this incredible staff, and this a schedule that I want everyone to be clear on. That way, you just know what you're getting into, and it's just give you just a nice balance, energy as far as this experience. So on to our Tanzania Roots and Culture journey, and that is for November 16th to the 27th. And that is a journey that we have completed 3 different journeys. So this will be the 4th journey, and all the previous journeys well documented as far as pictures, videos that you can just browse through on Facebook or the videos on YouTube, and have them all on the playlist. So that's one of the things that I encourage anyone that's interested to do this. Take your time, look through the documents, make sure that you are clear on what we're doing and what you're getting into, and you can always reach out to me if you want to talk about any of this information. So on to South Africa, and this will be our 2nd journey to South Africa, and a 4th time in South Africa. So this is a country I've been traveling to from 2005, and this 2nd journey is this incredible buildup from the first incredible journey, which was November 2019. So we're back in South Africa. That's December 24th to January 4th. So that is back-to-back holiday journeys, and if that works for you, join us. And note that when you're traveling to these countries and during the holiday times, everything is up, 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 and very expensive. So what you want to do is make sure that you reserve your journey, so we can lock in tickets and get everything reserved and organized ahead of time. And that's what we encourage you to do in general with all of these schedules, as we just get you ready and prepared for incredible experience to Africa. But part of it is you being prepared and us getting everything organized ahead of time. So we're going to set off the beginning of 2024 with our featured journey, and that's Liberia Reconnection Investment Tour, March 29th to April 9th, 2024. So that's a journey that's we have enough people to go, and we're looking to add more people. And it's a journey that, as I mentioned, we're going to push investment. Investment for us means an investment conference, building up the energy and learning about the country, and showing people more of what us from the African diaspora is doing, and also what's going on from the aspects of those who just living there in the country. So the goal is just to show more and share with you, because that's the best we can do when it comes to this going to Africa. You have other people that's going to show what they show, but what we like to do is show you a full balance, and also like a series of just videos and details, and you just get a better feel of the country, or you can just kind of look at what interests you. But that's energy we're looking to build. And so reach out to us, family. It's we still have a good amount of time for you to be prepared for those journeys, because time come by. And then off to our summer journey, and that's Ghana Repatriation Investment Tour, July 11th to the 23rd. And that's going to be a 24th journey to Ghana. And we're looking to show you more on what we're doing at Black Star Pan African community as far as our land investment, and what we're doing and building on the 60 acres, phase 2 expansion energy, and then updates on what's going on the 15 acres as far as who's building, and to show you as much as possible, and then take you around to the town, the beach, and take you around to where you just get a feel of what's going on. And as time go along, you'll see there's more development in that area. And Egypt, Roots and Culture, November 21st to December 2nd journey. And that's going to be our first Nile Valley civilization journey. And that is this will be my second time to Egypt. And I'm working with my good sister, Mitrell, on a mission. And we're organizing something special for you, just to just make sure you just enjoy history, culture, and also paradise. So that's another one of our unique journeys as we take you to North Africa. And then as far as December of 2024, look into this at South Africa. Just want to work on a few things, and then we just add that schedule. And then Senegal and the Gambia, we'll just have that available. Or we have Liberia, or we just have, whatever we change or adjust, because it's just hard to put all these schedules way ahead of time. So what we have as far as the next several journeys, it's good all the way up to Egypt. And then from there, we're just going to add some new schedules and work some things as the beginning of the year peak. So family, that is the Journey of a Lifetime schedule that we have, and the link for Black Star Pan-African Community is right there, where you can just get access to all the basic details so you can be clear about what we're building and what we are doing. And lots of updates, details, and videos. And as you scroll down, this is it, family. This is our 17th year in business, from 2006 to 2023, and these are all of our group photos. And we go down from May 2023 in Ghana, where we just got back from. Senegal and the Gambia, we started the year off with in April 2023. Ghana, December 2022. Tanzania, November 2022. And then we got Ghana again, May 2022. And then more of Ghana. And most of these are Ghana journeys. But as the newer years come, you see other countries mixed in. So in all these journeys I'm showing you in the 2020s, that is during the COVID-19 drama. So even with that, we don't let anything stop us from making our moves and just getting around. And that was the first South Africa journey, November 2019, right in Soweto. And then more for our historical Ghana groups, which are very big groups, especially this one, Ghana, Togo, Benin, November 2017. That was 43 of us. And this is only one outside of Africa. This is our Brazil journey, July 2017. And Ethiopia, where we never got a chance to make another journey, but we try our best to put these schedules out. And so if they don't work the first time, we just come up with a game plan to run it back. And sometimes it may be several years later, or a few years, or just closer than that. But journeys you see are the journeys that work. So this is our history of Ghana tours and Ghana, Togo, and Benin, which I'm no longer doing these 3 country tours and going through different borders and dealing with the border drama, or just dealing with all that movement. And then our first 2 journeys that we just set it off with, Ghana, December 2006, and Ghana, October 2007. So that was 8 of us started that journey, and then less than a year later, it was 42 of us. So that's what we like to do. We like to just build energy from the ground up and get you connected. So this is our 600 plus people that have traveled with us and have shared these journeys. And our goal is to keep on building from there, with our communities, build and build all other things up from there, and just keep building this incredible network of connecting our people back to the African continent for those who actually want that interest and want those connections. That's what we specialize in. And then for those who don't, well, family, it is all good. Build where you are and enjoy paradise. So everything on our website on the left side is just give you access to other things. So on the left here, you see one of our historic tour books for our South Africa journey. So looking forward to editing that book and just creating another one and just sharing our program guide, which is a unique program guide. I give you a nice little introduction to the country and show you all the tour sites and our accommodations and everything that we have set up and organized. So that's what we're dealing with, family. We're dealing with full-fledged organizations, and we want to get you connected properly to the African continent. So link with us at africafortheafricans.org, and we got you. So yes, family, let me connect back with my good brother, Kala Genesis, on our regular schedule program as we talk about the Hotep Shuffle, jockeying for a place on the white supremacy, the Afrikstan analysis. So yes, family, you're live with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. Kala Genesis, what is happening, man? You want to continue your breakdown as far as the breakdown of Hotep Shuffle and jockeying, because these are things that people may not necessarily be clear on the terminology, and when they look it up in the English dictionary, it may say something else.
Okay.
Especially the word Hotep.
Okay. Now we had for years we used the word Hotep meaning peace, whatever like that, and then people don't realize there was a movie that came out in the '60s called Bubba Imhotep. You know, it was about a redneck guy one night who claimed to be a descendant of Imhotep, whatever like that. You know, called Bubba Imhotep. It's a movie that came out in the '60s. You know, it was like a comedy. You know. Okay, when I say the Hotep Shuffle, right, this is not to be disrespectful to the people who believe and want to make a serious connection with or respect Egypt, whatever like that, right? What I'm trying to say is the idea that you could erase your real heritage, right, and basically escape to something that you're not. Okay, that's what I mean by the shuffle. Okay, where you have exuberance and excitement over something that's not really you or not really your own, based on false teachings and belief systems. Let me tell you where this all started. Okay. In the 1800s, right? Black people in the New York area and urban areas started to see people from different cultures come to America. And they realized when they saw some Muslims, some Hindus, whatever, that these people were not, or even Native Americans, these people were not bound as slaves, like the African in America was condemned to slavery. In other words, basically, even if you were free black, right, as long as you had black skin, you were considered a slave that would just happen to be free. So therefore, you cannot build nothing. So in other words, what I'm saying is the people who take on this Alibaba Hotep culture, right, believe the same way the white supremacists do, that being black is something like a curse, whatever like that. So we don't want to identify with that. So what we want to do is identify with anything that puts us outside of who we really are. Okay. There was a case in, I forgot what city it was, where this black man that basically wore a turban on his head and disguised himself as a Hindu was able to escape slavery. And then we had this situation where there was this the story of a prince among slaves, a Fulani guy that was captured and sold in Mississippi, and he spoke several different languages. He wrote in Arabic and everything like that, right? And one of the guys who saw him said, "I knew your father," and everything. The slave owner did not want to free him, right? But he said he'll free him on the case that he would basically leave the United States. Now, what happened was the government of Morocco found out that called him a Moor. And so therefore he called him a Moor, even though he was a Fulani, a black African from I think it was Sierra Leone, Gambia region, somewhere around there. And he was captured in slavery. Because he was a Muslim, they started equating him with being a Moor, right? And ever since that time, right, to escape slavery, there was a lot of black people who adopted this culture of the Moors, right? It wasn't designed to be closer to the Moor, like you're a Moor. It was basically to say that you were not African, that you were Moor, or you were Hebrew, or you were Hindu, or you were anything, or you were Asiatic. You were anything but a black African. And this is what this has come from. And we have that to this day in this culture, where you have the guy, what's his name, Tucker, whatever his name is, right? Where he calls Africans Hamites, and he calls himself Semites or Shemites, whatever it is, you know? This is what I mean by the Hotep shuffle. In other words, basically you're shuffling around the idea of who you are to escape the reality of who you are. Because instead of dealing with white supremacy head on, right, and declaring yourself a man, like Garvey said, I'm a black man, I'm proud to be a black man. Martin Delaney said, I'm glad that God made me a black man, I'm proud to be a black man. Standing up like that, what you're doing is saying that you're not really a black man, because you in many ways agree with the white man's assessment of you, that Africans are nothing, Africans are slaves, Africans should be condemned to be slavery. Africa has no history. Africa is ugly. Africa is bad. Africa is all these contemptuous, all these things. So when people that dwell into this Hotep culture, and they always want to talk about Egypt, but they never talk about Black Africa, where they come from, right? It has nothing to do with them trying to connect with Egypt, whatever like that. It's to get away from who they really are. And that's what we mean by the Hotep shuffle. You're jockeying for a position under white supremacy. You're not trying to destroy white supremacy or challenge the idea that people with blonde hair, blue eyed are superior, and that black people or God made you black. So you want to stand on that, right? You want to be a Native American, right? You're going through, and I'm seeing this growing. I thought this was going to die out, right? But more and more people are getting online, particularly TikTok, and they're arguing for hours and hours at a time about Aboriginal Americans, or who's the Aboriginal American, that slavery never happened, and that some people actually go so far as to say that Egypt was already here, and that the Nile River is actually the Mississippi River, and all this kind of nonsense. And all this is anti-African, anti-Pan-African stuff. You cannot be both. You cannot say you are Pan-Africans and believe what I believe, right? And believe in this nonsense, because that goes against everything that we hold dear, that we're stolen Africans, the transatlantic slave trade, the Maafa happened, right? And there were Africans in captivity in America. Whether you choose to believe in America. Now, if you come out and say, I'm an American, I'm proud of it, fine. But then these people will also go so far as say they're the true Americans. Now, how could you be the true Americans? Who would America come from? America Vespucci. And they call this land America, the New World, right? So how could this so-called Aboriginal black man, right, say that he was already here, that he's a true American, that America was his, and the white man came and invaded him, enslaved him, that he was already here, right? And that Egypt and the Moors and everything were already here in this country, and the Hebrew Israelites already here. So you had the Hebrew Israelites, the Moors, and the ancient Egyptians were all in America, right? And that the transatlantic slave trade never happened and everything. So basically what that does is says that we don't have to challenge white supremacy. We don't have to challenge anything that happened to us, everything. All we have to do is deny our heritage and basically make some false claim about America is really ours. These same people believe in the sovereign citizen thing, where they believe that somehow they could just squat on people's property and everything. because some treaty with Morocco or whatever, I don't know what that meant that them as Moroccan Americans or Moorish Americans could travel the American roads without licenses, without license plates and all stuff like this. And this movement right here is growing, right? And I hate to say this, right? But that movement is actually larger and more financed and more organized than a legitimate Pan-African movement, a nation-building movement. Now, why is that? Because it's easier just to say, I was already here in America, than to say that we need to leave America and we want to experience nationalism and salvation to have a nation of your own. Now, I'm saying that if you love America that much, just get out your American flag, pull out your "My Country 'Tis of Thee," sing the "I Pledge Allegiance," sing the "Star Spangled Banner," sing Lee Greenwood's "I'm Proud to Be American," and just be done with it. You know, if you really love America, right, if you really believe this is your land and everything, just become an American, right? But don't tell me that that you're American because you're a Moor, and that the Moors were here, and you're a Hebrew Israelite, the Israelites were here, or you're Egyptian, right? Because the Nile and was connected to the Mississippi and all kinds of stuff like this. You know, the Nile's actually the Mississippi. And I even heard somebody say there was a Wakanda or whatever, like a tribe, whatever like that. They said that's what Wakanda. They even actually went as far as saying Wakanda was actually in North Dakota. This is what we mean by the Hotep shuffle, right? And the reason why they go on with it, because people like what they hear, right? They say, "Oh, we were already here." These people they believe that, never read a book, never read research, never been to a library and everything. And so when they hear a grifter like Dane Calloway and these other people like Polite and all these people say this stuff, that they believe it because it sounds good. I asked a question. I want to debate anybody, right? People say the Olmecs were black, you know. The Olmecs were here.
Yeah, I got a comment right here for you, man. If you want to read it out, or I can read it out also.
Stating that Black Africa existed in America before slavery does not mean no. Look, sorry. I'm not.
Finish the man question, man.
Okay.
Wrong statement, I guess.
I'm gonna read the whole thing. You know, I said I'm gonna try to control my temper tonight. You know, okay. Stating that Black Africa existed in America before does not mean you're not African. Yes, there may be not African, but my people were here. But no, your people were not. Your people were not here in America. You know, your people were not here in America prior to the transatlantic slave trade. That is a Hotep shuffling lie. You know, that was done by these grifters on 125th Street, right? Selling books, tapes, and everything to ignorant masses of people who were delusional. You know, there's no we're still African and you were already here. No, I don't buy that. You're African via the transatlantic slave trade, or your ancestors migrated here recently. There was no Africans in the New World, Black Africans in the New World, right? And let's just find what's an African. An African is somebody with kinky curly hair, black skin, wide nose, big lips, all this stuff like this, right? The African. We're completely a different phenotype than the Amerindians and the Native Americans. We're completely two different races. You know, what they want to do is broaden the definition. Oh, we're all African, right? So they could claim America. I don't buy that. You know, I don't trust people that basically talk like that, right? Because what they want to do is get out of the idea that their ancestors were stolen here, right? And that's basically just a real love for, if you really want to be American, right, that bad, that you want to say some of our people are here or I was here, whatever like that, just say you love America, you know? It's not that hard. Just say, I love America. This is a great country and everything like that, man. We got infrastructure and all stuff like that. You football season is about to start in a few weeks and whatnot. You're gonna get the beer and the pizza and sit back with your boys and everything. America, life is good, you know. Just say that. I got no problem with that. I got no problem with somebody saying I'm an American. This is a great country. I got a good job. I'm happy, whatever like that. I got no problem with that. That's just being real. But the fake stuff is like, oh yeah, I'm. They know all the stuff that they go through in America, the racism, everything like that, right? And the reality of this is really a white dominated society and country. And basically we're the other people in this country. We face racism every day in this country by racist white people who won't let up. They won't go away, right? So basically the solution would be for black people to say, you know something, in the long term, let's do like the Jews did. The Jews said, you know something, when we get tired of persecution in Russia, Germany, everything, we have a state of our own on the African continent, because that's where we come from. You never see no Jew saying, I'm originally German. Even though they're German citizens, they may love the country. You have Jews that live in the UK. Yeah, I'm a Jew, but I'm still a Jew. I know where my ancestors spawned from. You know, the only group of people that will deny or say deny their how they got to a place is the so-called black person in America. I've never seen somebody from Brazil or whatever like that, Colombia. You got black people in Colombia, right? African culture, they'll say, yeah, we're from Africa. We trace our roots to Togo or whatever like that. They'll never say they're indigenous to Colombia. You've seen those people, Bomani, right? The Afro-Colombians and the Afro-Mexicans and everything. They'll say,
yeah, absolutely.
Like that. Why is it that the only thing? Because we have a Hotep shuffling class of black people that basically self-hate and everything. The self-hate among black people are more prevalent among the black people in the United States. And that's what's the biggest problem is right there. And Black America was always the epicenter of Pan-Africanism, nation building. And the Hotep shuffle and the people who jockeying under white supremacy, we're already hearing all this kind of stuff like this, you know, when the obvious thing is for the black race to really connect with its roots to Africa and build a global pipeline and infrastructure, Africa and everything is the only solution for our salvation. That's what we have to lead the next generation with. But when people say I was already here and also like that, you have some false claim to America. Now, I said many times, and I said it on this broadcast tonight, that if you love America, that's fine. I'm good with that. You know, I'm not American. I'm African. Well, how can you be an African and you say that your ancestors were already here? You know, my people came before slavery on my side. My father's side came with that. I don't buy that.
This person's confused. I'm gonna click on the join button and they can join you and explain.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I'm sorry, I don't buy that.
W, the link is there so you can explain it to Kala.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't buy it. Oh, some answers already here. That's a lie. That's a lie. The first Africans who came here came in the 1500s, and they were called Creole people because they came from the Netherlands. They came from Portugal, Spain, and everything, and they were England, and they were part of the black. They were black British, black Spaniards, and everything, and they settled. They called them Atlantic Creoles. These are black people who were, although they were black Africans in origin, but their culture was either Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, or whatever like that, and they lived in Europe, right? And so a lot of them came over as laborers, indentured servants, and stuff like that. And then the first Africans who arrived as slaves came here in 1619, decades later. That's the thing, you know. Only 3% made to America. Other melon people were here. Okay, great. No. See, this is what I'm talking about. The Hotep shuffle. ADOS means American descendants of slavery, right? So how can somebody say they're descendants of slavery if they also believe that only 3% of them came here? Do you see what I'm talking about, Bomani? This is what I'm talking about.
Interesting stuff, brother.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. We're going to
another one for you
tonight. Do you believe there will be a split in blacks who want their own nation? You know, I don't believe in this term ADOS FBA, but I'm saying that the ADOS FBA people, right? Obviously, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. I'm gonna bring this home right here. The ADOS FBA people, they never talk about the black towns that we had in America. That black people, if they really want to, you know, so a lot of times people don't realize that we went to places like Chicago, places like that, under duress. Why don't black people start moving back to those black areas in the South and the Delta of Mississippi and start building, if they really believe that they're ADOS FBA, right? No, they want to live in the white suburbs. They all call it from the white suburbs and also like that. Where's Tariq live? He lives in a white, exclusive upscale neighborhood. Talking about ADOS FBA. He does not live around black people. You know, most of the people talk ADOS FBA do not live in black areas where they deal with black people on a daily basis. I'm grateful to the fact that I live in an area where it's upper middle class, and working class, right? And there's a whole cadre of black people professionally that work together and everything like that, you know?
Well, that's perfect. But people are gonna say that these people following are growing, just like this person right here. But Dane Calloway has a whole lot of followers on YouTube.
I get that. Look,
It's like why?
I get that. Why? Because everybody wants to take the easy way out. It's the easy way out. Let me tell you something too, right? Let me be frank with you tonight, right? The black immigrants, like you listen to the Liberian brother we played the other day, right? What he kept saying, I'm grateful to America, right? And this one sister posted this thing where these two brothers were holding their black power fists up, talking about America's been racist, blah, like that, right? Two young brothers, right? I said, you know something? I had enough of this. What these guys need to be doing is trying to get into a school and get an education. We need more people. She goes, oh, she put a sad face up there. Then I explained to her, I said, look, I'm tired of hearing about how bad America is and everything like that. Why? Because black immigrants and everybody else are coming here, right? And what's going to happen is, as black people keep having this idea that America is this, America is that, America is that, these black immigrants are coming over here saying, I'm grateful to America because I can make money here and help my country back home. And and they're grateful to this country. So you got black people who say they're foundational black America, this is their country and everything, but they're rejecting everything that America has to offer them. I can never understand that. You reject everything. You don't take advantage of the opportunity here. You don't want to participate in this culture, in the society and everything like that. But yet you claim that you want to claim America. You want to say how racist America is. America's irredeemable, racist or not. Like that one lady that was on the breakfast show that got ate up by that Indian guy who's running for president right now. She got to America's racist. America. Well, Americans are racist. And why are you on a show, The Breakfast Club, making all this money and everything like the opportunity? Try to do that in any other country. You got people like LeBron James going around worth $1 billion about America's racist. I can't walk out my door and everything. It's bullshit. And so the bottom line is, so what we have to do is this.
Did he really say that?
Yeah, remember when the Black Lives Matter said, yo, America's racist because I can't walk out my door. I feel this. And people got on and said, look, from Bron, you a billionaire and everything like that. But he just, when they had the Black Lives Matter, when they had the Black Lives Matter shirt on the court side and all stuff like that, he said, America's racist. And also, I said, bro, Ramon, you're almost 7 feet tall. What do you got to worry about? You're 7 feet tall. You got, I got to look over my shoulder every time I look around. Come on. And what's happening is the black immigrants are coming over here, embracing this country and saying, yes, I'm an American. I'm grateful to America and everything like that. And they don't complain. They just take advantage of opportunities and everything. And what's happening is they're basically, as white people see that, right, they're going to say, you know something, right? They're going to write black America off like, we can't do nothing with these people because no matter what they give them, they're always going to be like, this. But instead of them saying, just being admit with themselves, saying, if you want to be an American, like the ADOS FBA people, if you want to be American, just embrace America and say, I'm an American, be done with it. Say, I'm grateful to be here. I'm glad my ancestors were took in the transatlantic slave trade, whatever like that. And I'm done with you. Fine, just fine. I'm saying that the soul of Black America will never be born until we have a nation of our own. I believe that 400 years, right, of captivity, 400 years of living by somebody else's rule, 400 years of fighting for somebody else's wars, 400 years. Who we are the people? Do we, like Marcus Garvey said, do we have a mind of our own? How do we see the world, right? We gave the world some of the best minds and everything right there. But when it comes to America and everything, we say absolutely, we have no say-so over anything that goes on in the world. Now, some people will say, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that is you have Africa, the whole continent and everything like that, that has no power. There's almost no trade between Black America, the diaspora, and Africa, right? Everything that we consume, everything is controlled and given to and sold to us by somebody else, right? I'm saying that if we want to ever be free, you're never going to be free until you have a land and a government of your own. We have to have that one state in Africa that basically speaks for us. That's our protection. That if something happens and everything like that, we have embassies, we have diplomatic corps and everything like that around the world that we could talk to. What's the relationship between Black America and Japan? We don't know. Because the bottom line is nobody comes to America talk about what Black people think, you know? You have 45 million of us, right? We make more money than most countries in the world, but we have no say-so. Do we have any voice in the United Nations? Can we access loans from the World Bank and the IMF and any institution? No. Can we talk to NATO? Can we talk to any of these things, these international government bodies? No. So we're here behind enemy lines in a country, right, that basically is all about preserving white supremacy and stuff like this. And all the Hotep people want to do is jockey for position and convince themselves that they were already here. That's a coward way out. No, we weren't always here. We were stolen Africans, right? And we're here just dealing. Our ancestors understood we're just doing the best we can, right? But in the age of the internet and the age of technology and everything, the age of knowledge and whatnot, we ought to know better. You know, and you got some people, oh yeah, Marcus Garvey this, Marcus Garvey that, whatnot. They're still mad at Marcus Garvey because he woke the people up. He came here and said he listened to the average person, and the average person basically said, yeah, you know, we're tired of being hunted, we're tired of being killed, we're tired of being humiliated every day on the not only that. In America, they used to have this thing called Amos and Andy. They used to have all these things, these minstrel shows about that to humiliate us every day. And so it was so bad, the image of Black America, and white people know that we're not like that, right? But they get off on the humiliation and the degradation of us, right? Tell me, even when we look at our entertainment industry, right? If we had our own nation, right? What movies do you think that would be popular, right? In our own nation, right? Do you think the Black Mafia family would be popular? No. We have movies about our historic heroines and everything. Our kids be going to the movie theaters with their boyfriends and girlfriends and whatnot, watching movies that will uplift them and powerful, stuff like that. They won't be talking about oppression and everything like that. They be talking about victory, you know? They won't be complaining about white supremacy. They would know they have a place in this world, that a land of their own, a place in this world, which they can be proud of and hold their head up. Or they can have a national anthem. When they read the national anthem thing, that national anthem speaks to their soul. You know, does the national anthem of this country speak to your soul? All you ADOS, FBA people, whatnot, you know? Whites and Black America uniting, gathering immigrants, gathers immigrants. White and Black people aren't uniting, you know? That's not happening. White people would like to use Black America, right, against immigrants. That's their problem, you know? Immigrants are their problem. Immigrants are not my problem. You know? So the bottom line is I'm not going to go, immigrants are my fucking problem. Immigrants are not my problem. They're white America's problem, you know? And so no matter what, basically, I don't know what you're talking about, you know, that Black people are thing, you know? Yeah, ADOS makes excuses for our oppression. That's what they do. They completely make excuses for it, you know? We have no say so. We have those. We got even weaker. Absolutely no say so. Nobody respects Black America. And also, what the problem is that the immigrants, right? They are saying, well, if it's working for white people, why should I respect these people? You know, and that's what the fresh and fit people are in trouble with. You know, they're like, oh, look, they come to America. They're coming from shithole countries like Sudan and Bahamas, wherever the other one come from, right? And they come to America for the first time. They're using flush and taking showers and doing stuff like this. America's heaven to them. They don't care how it got there. Just like a woman, right, who marries a drug dealer. Remember that movie, American Gangster? You've seen that movie, American Gangster, right?
Yes, I've seen it.
Remember when the mother said, I never asked you where all this came from, right? But she knew where it came from, right?
Yeah, she absolutely. They always do.
You know? And a lot of women, like his wife, he knew what he's about. The women in the mafia, they know what their husbands do.
Yeah, he just, you turn a blind eye and you just, you enjoy that life.
And this is what the ADOS, FBA, the Hotep shufflers do. They turn a blind eye to everything going on in America. All I know is I got it good, you know. I got it good. So therefore, they want to turn a blind eye, and then when and then they want to hold on to the anger and everything like that they face and everything, and they lash out against immigrants. They lash out against black immigrants, right? Because they come over here saying, "Yeah, this is great. America's a great country and everything," and they basically think that the immigrants they have some say so over immigrants coming over here. If the United States government, well, we built this country, you know, we're the most buildingest country, but having nothing in return. How you going to talk about you built something and you don't control anything? That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life. We built this country. They should be kissing our feet when they come to the door, man. You know, blah, 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 you know. So I'll say they're bottom feeders. Okay, yeah. Well, what is Black America turning into? Black America is turning into bottom feeders. That's exactly what we're turning into. That's what we're acting like, bottom feeders. We don't act like people who are successful. The fact that you're asking for reparations basically shows me you're a bottom feeder. You want all the things of America, but you won't say that, you know something, you know, we came a long ways, we accomplished a lot. This country got opportunity. If we just basically clean ourselves up, start marrying more, start being out in the streets, start doing all this foolishness and everything like that, we can live a decent life. We basically co-sign crime in our community. When people commit crimes, let's look at the comments, right? You got people out there, instead of being at jobs working, they're standing on a street corner, antagonizing police, acting stupid and everything. It's only in Black America. Where you see the black immigrants, everything, they're going to work, they're doing their minding their damn business and everything like that, you know, they're doing what they got to do and everything. It's always a Black America. Oh, we're racist. It's racism, white supremacy, and all this kind of stupid shit. There's dumb nigga Akon, you know.
I'm not showing you some videos that we can play.
This nigga, man, please, you know, he's like the worst, you know.
You're just talking about people like him, so I'm just putting something up. Well, I mean, you didn't like Akon music back when Akon was making.
Well, I like music, but he's a clown, man. You know, he's a clown. He made his music trying to be a gangster and a thug. He was all the time. He was a fake gangster and a fake thug. Everything. Now he's like, well, you know, they said black people. Look, black people in America. Like I said, you know, Akon says, right? Akon. What Akon wants is, he's working with white supremacists, right? And this is another thing I don't like, right? I'm a black nationalist. I'm a black nation, but I don't want black people going to Africa because they're defeated, you know, or they don't feel like they are, they don't belong here. You have every right to be here because their ancestors contributed greatly to this country, and we do have a lot of black success, right? And so, therefore, you can basically talk about the stuff that goes wrong in America, right? But you got to basically say, admit to yourself, right, that when we look at, like I told Judah, right, when we look at the whole thing, right, my ancestors came here during via the transatlantic slave trade, the Holocaust, right? And when I honestly said this, right, a lot of people don't like when I say this, right, and I may get my Pan-African card suspended, right, but I'd rather be looking at the Pan-African world from this vantage point than anything else. I'll be honest with you. You know, I look at my ancestors from Georgia and the Carolina when they went to New York, what they was able to do in the midst of Jim Crow and everything. They was able to come to New York and build homes and send their kids to college and everything like that, you know. And I didn't even know back in the 80s, my parents owned their own house and everything like that. I grew up in a nice community and everything like that. I'm grateful for that, you know. I'm glad I didn't grow up in Lagos, Nigeria and shit like that, you know, or whatever, or fleeing war in the Congo and shit, you know. I'm glad of that shit, you know. So the bottom line is this, you know, that's my standpoint on that, right? So you could basically say, yes, you know, America done well, Black America has done well and everything like that. But, you know, what Black America is missing, right, is what other people have. You know, they have a homeland. Even when you talk about people from the islands, right? They can always talk about, I have friends from Bermuda and whatnot. They're we're going down to Bermuda. They have that escape. You know, where they go to a place, at least the majority of people look like them. You know, my cousins are partly from Barbados, right? And sometimes they go down to Barbados or whatnot. And they like being around a place where it's all black or whatnot. You know, and the police, everybody's black and everything. Black society. It's not Africa, but it's still a black society. You got black people who live in the Virgin Islands. I got friends of mine from the Virgin Islands. They say, oh, yeah, we love going to the Virgin Islands. Oh, we St. John's. We love going down there. Oh, yeah, you know. And they got good jobs here in America, right? But they have that escape. The African American does not have that escape. That's why you get into this goofy stuff with the Hotep shuffle. If you basically listen to Genesis, right, and say, you want that, right, we have Liberia. We have other countries in Africa where we could build and everything. You could have something outside of America, right? We can invest and create wealth and generational wealth outside of America, and then we'll be part of that. We'll be free like other people are free. Other people are free because they can come. They came here freely, and they can leave freely. We came here involuntarily, right? But so we have to be. In other words, what I'm saying is this: we should be in America because we want to be in America. And the only way you can prove the world you want to be in America is by having a nation of your own in Africa, where every black person can say, you know something, I don't have to be here. I choose to be here. I choose to be here. I choose to wave the American flag. But anytime, right, I can say, you know something, forget about it. But where the world looks at you like you're stuck at the bottom of America. You're trapped here. You have no place to go. It's like if somebody's living in your house. You ever get a situation or where you live with somebody? I had to do it a couple of times, right? I had to live with people. I lost my apartment. I live with people. How do people treat you when you living with them? And they could kick you out and everything. They're not gonna treat you like royalty. They're gonna treat you like just like they can kick you out anytime, you know. But when you go get your own house and whatnot, you know, so we come over to visit, right? You know, at a certain time I can go home, you know.
Absolutely.
You see what I'm saying? That's how that situation the black man in America is in, right? He has no home. You know, America is where everybody comes to do business and everything, but everybody has a homeland they can go to. Since black African American don't have a homeland, right? He convinces himself that he was already here. You see where this comes from, Bomani? You know,
that's kind of a good way to solve your problem of just being frustrated, and it makes it life easier. So Dane Calloway has given people an escape plan that nobody else have given them. It have basically freed you from all of these things that you have to go to, and you can even detach yourself from Africa and have nothing to do with the future of the world. So that's why he's very popular. And he has a lot of people running the same rhetoric, man. And it's getting out there, brother. But you know, the movement we have, you know, it's like a 0.1% anyway. So
yeah,
they can all, you know, if they want to believe that, they go ahead. But you know, only thing I'll say, if you really believe that you're a true American and native to this land, build something and represent.
Yeah.
You know, so that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to the building part of it, the competition part of it, because you have a new generation of immigrants, a new generation of just people that black people are gonna have to compete with.
Yeah, they should listen to this. I'm gonna play some music, right?
Which song you about to play?
Yo, watch this. I'm gonna play on thing.
You can always screen share it.
Okay. Let's screen share. Let's have some fun tonight, man. You know,
right, this is let me play.
Or not, you know.
Which video I'm gonna play? Proud to be American.
Yeah, you got it. See if I can find. I'm gonna send it to you. Let's see. I just played it. Shit, it didn't come up.
Can I have all our veterans stand up who have also served in the military? All y'all stand up. Be proud. Men and women who have served in the military, God bless you all, because you're the generation that has saved it for us. 'If tomorrow all the things were gone, work for all my life, and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause our flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Now, all you Hoteps out there, all you ADOS FBA, that's your anthem, you know? You should be out there saying, I'm proud to be an American. Yeah, look, ADOS FBA, right? We just
beautiful song, man. Beautiful song. You know, we need to come up with some of our own jingles. We're proud to be like, we're proud to be many different things.
Right. We don't have that.
Man, that is that. But you know, as you can see, the song. First of all, I didn't see any black people there. But if I was black, I wouldn't want to be there anyway. But
yeah,
you know, but it's like you see the energy of harmony where people that say, you know, this is my country. This is
that's nationalism.
And they just, you know, they're together in sovereign energy, and they're talking about their rights and the things that they really appreciate and things that, and it's like, and it's the same thing I'm telling my brothers and sisters as we look forward to building an Africa nationhood, the same concept. You're bringing that pride, that energy, that glory, and you're delivering also, you know. So
let me ask you a question, Bomani. Where is this so-called Hotep people? Where is that song that unites them and everything like that? Where's the spirit, you know? They don't exist.
Lift every voice and sing, something like that.
Yeah, but they don't even like that because they say, "Oh man, they don't like that. That's Black America. We don't like that." Miss everybody to sing. But they came up with a new Black American national anthem. You know, they came up with a new one.
That now?
Oh, I have no idea. It's going around the internet. You know,
about Joe Scott?
Oh no. Joe
something
Scott,
else.
You know, something else. Some other Black people wrote a new Black national anthem, whatnot. You know, and I'm like saying, look, dude, you know. If you're going to have a nation of your own on your own land, like you said, I love this land. That means what you say, the land is America, you know, and the space is called America, right? And that is prevalent in America, right? So when you sitting back, in other words, basically, this is what I'm talking about, right? In history, they call this the pretty man versus ugly man, you know, The pretty man is the one that basically is exalted and believes in the land, the culture, and everything like that. The ugly man is the man that is always saying how bad things are and is always in the corner, like trying to sabotage and saboteur all this, that, and the other thing, you know. He's the ugly man, you know. That's called the ugly man theory, you know. So in other words, basically he feels whatever the society is, he feels like he's marginalized. He's not part of it and everything like that. So he always talks about the bad, about the country and everything. The black man of America cannot be forever the ugly man of America, you know. Either you embrace this country, right, or you come with us, you know, as simple as that. You know, there's no thing. There's no other way, you know. Lift Their Voices Sing is okay, but you know, it's not a national anthem. It's a black anthem, but it's not a national anthem. It's not something that basically reigns supreme over the land, you know. Now, when you hear Liberia's song, All Hail Liberia, that's the national anthem of that country. I sing that. I love that song, you know. When I was in Liberia, I was singing All Hail Liberia, All Hail. And I want to create All Hail Liberia with a male chorus, like All Hail, All Hail, All Hail, like the Russians, you know, and do stuff like that, you know. So this is what we're talking about tonight, right? The Hotep Shuffle, right? Jockeying for position under white supremacy. And I proved tonight that there's people that talk about, oh, we were already here. Just say, look, you love America, right? Just embrace it, you know? Just say, you want to be a part of it, but you don't know how to. You know, you feel hurt and scorned about slavery and everything. Slavery is always going to be the elephant in the room, no matter how you try to embrace America. Black people want to embrace America, but this little thing called slavery, right? That's why black people are trying to say they weren't slaves. That's why they try to say they were here, because that's the one thing that keeps them from loving America, right? Slavery. That's what this is all about, folks. This is why they call me the College Genesis. This is why I'm the chief host of the Voice of the College Nation radio show, broadcast on DeVille Radio every Wednesday night. Check me out. Check out my podcast, The College Nation, on Spotify. You want to see all my episodes and everything like that? College Nation Radio on Spotify. That's where you can hear all my podcasts and stuff like that. I have tremendous material. My show, my live show that goes on Wednesday night, I have like 40,000 live viewers, worldwide. I'm gonna try to get that number up there, but I'm not even in prime time, and I got 40,000 live viewers, But the main thing is I'm trying to tell you is this, right? People who are doing the Hotep Shuffle have a deep-seated love for America, and they basically Hotep shuffling because they want to basically say slavery didn't exist. Why would anybody call themselves a Moorish American? I had this one guy that I was debating with a Moor, and then all of a sudden I told him it was stupid. It was like 10, 12 years ago. And then all of a sudden this idiot would not stop. He was an older dude, right? And then he sent me this picture of him holding the American flag with the Moorish flag. I'm like, are we that lost? And basically he was in this thing thing, Yeah, the Pretendian Shuffle. Yeah, we got the Pretendian Shuffle. That's a new one, the Pretendian. But I lump them all together. The Pretendian Shuffle and the Hotep Shuffle are the same thing. The Pretendian Shuffle is an easier way. It's another offshoot of the Hotep Shuffle. The Hotep Shuffle, people believe that the ancient Egyptians, that Egypt was part of America, that the Mississippi is really the Nile and whatnot. Slavery never happened. You were lied to. Oh, you were lied to. Everybody's lying but them. The question is, if they didn't say they would flee African, they should fight. What's this? Slavery is an American stain. Yeah, but they're not coming over here to worry about slavery. The Africans are coming over here to enjoy what your ancestors should be doing instead of sitting there talking about a reparations check. You should be trying to get grants, loans, all the stuff that you have at your disposal in America to build businesses and industries and everything, and start building communities and families again. All the stuff that's here in America that you could take advantage of. If people did that and said they were American and sung Lee Greenwood, I would say, hey, fine, that's beautiful. You carved out a place for yourself in this world. But then these same people who don't build shit, right? When we say we want to build in Africa, here they are in our chat rooms and everything, trying to discourage us from what we're trying to do and build in Africa. They don't get their shit together in America, right? They want to complain about America, right? Then we say, okay, you know something? Okay, you know, America's racist and everything. We want to build a future in Africa. Yeah, y'all, these motherfuckers want to stop that. You know, they're doing everything they can. They pull on all stop to stop us from doing this. I just don't get it. It's the Hotep shuffle, jockeying for position under white supremacy. They have no intention of leaving the white man. They love America, but they still want to admit it, right? And how can you basically, like Yvette Carnell wears the American flag, and when I talk about America owes us and whatnot, you know, well, they gave you the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, civil rights and everything. The rest was on us. Reparations is something when a country has been defeated by another country, and you have to pay out restitution like that, or the country won't gain its ports back and stuff like that, you know? So you can't freaking talk about reparations and talk about you're an American too. It don't work. That's the Hotep shuffle, because the Hotep shuffle is all about emotion. It doesn't make any logical sense. How can you basically talk about condemn America on the other hand when you're doing everything you can to basically say slavery didn't happen and all this kind of stuff like this? How can you say slavery didn't happen and all like that? Well, if I was a white supremacist, like, yeah, look at these fools are saying slavery didn't happen. They would love the to be off the hook about slavery, and you're giving it to them. So, like I said, the Hotep shuffle, right, and the American Negro, you know,
always a great presentation, a great breakdown. Let me know if you are. Well, we don't have any live audience, but let me know if you're ready for a video break, and I can play a few of these videos.
Yeah, play some videos, see, and I can maybe respond to them. Bob Joe said the turkey hut's been hooray. Yeah, you try to build something in the black community and whatnot. You know, what do Negroes do? Go in there twerking and acting a fool and everything like that. You know.
What do you think about this one? We played the other anthem, so I'm trying to play something black.
Okay.
That's the closest thing I found. Let me know if this will work.
Yo, turn this motherfucking shit up. Wow.
Well, they do have a clean version, you know.
Well, what you call? I have one called New Africa. It's kind of cheesy. The guy, you can tell the guy don't really know much about Africa, but it's like a really good theme. I liked it. You know, you ever heard of it? Called New Africa.
Never heard of
Okay,
that one, but here we go. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna load up, you know, the clean version. Nevertheless, it's all good. Let me just play this.
Keep it quilted means you keep it the best.
We'll be all good. And then I'll just wait for what you have. And
this is a nice song right here. This really gets you pumped up and whatnot. Even though the guy really don't know what he's talking about, but you know, it's a good one. You know? Came out a few years ago or not, you know.
yes, Carter, that's what I'm talking about, brother. That's what I'm talking about. You know, some energy, power to the people. Get the people energized, full of energy and ready. And you know, first of all, what do you think of this?
I love it.
Cover.
I love it. You ever see that song from Shaka Zulu? We are growing. Remember that song?
No.
Oh, you don't remember that? Oh, I gotta play that, man. This is gonna get you pumped up. This is an African anthem, bro. Yeah,
it's gonna get me pumped up like some
song. Man. Oh man, you're gonna want to get on the plane tonight, man. You know?
Oh wow. What did the person say? They make harbor music. Kizo, a bluebird song. It does lay off that moonshine. I know you're out there in the country. But yeah, I'll finish saying what you're saying.
Yeah, it's all right here, bro. I'm gonna send it to you. This is a freaking this is a black nationalist anthem right here, you know?
Okay, perfect. We'll do it back to back and we just play it. So family, this is Dead Prez. I am an African, as we We just played that other song by that's the white guy that was singing. I hate to describe somebody like that, but yeah, the guy that was singing "Proud to Be an American." Yeah, so trying to motivate the songwriters to write something that some Black national anthem that's get us connected to Africa. So anyway, let's rock and roll with it.
Yo, turn this motherfucking shit up. Rwanda, Nigeria. My nigga D-On. Nigga, the red is for the blood in my arm. The black is for the gun in my palm. And the green is for the charm that grows natural. Like locks on Africans. Holding the smoke from the herb in my abdomen. Camouflage fatigues and dashiki. Somewhere in between in WA and PE. I'm black like Steve Biko. Raised in the ghetto by the people. Fuck the police, you know how we do.
Hey, yo, my life is like Roots, it's a true story. It's too gory for them televised fables on cable. I'm a runaway slave watching the North Star. Shackles on my forearms, running with a gun in my palm. I'm an African, never was an African American. Blacker than black, I take it back to my origin. Same skin, hated by the Klansmen. Big nose and lips, big hips and butts dancing. Whoa, I'm an African, and I know what's happening. I'm an African, and I know what's happening. You are African, do you know what's happening? I'm an African, and I know what's happening. It's plain to see, you can't change me, cause I'm people for life. It's plain to see, you can't change me, cause I'm people for life. It's plain to see, you can't change me, cause I'm people for life. It's plain to see, you can't change me, cause I'm people for life. Where you from, fool? No, I wasn't born in Ghana, but Africa's my mama. And I did not end up here from bad karma or for b-ball. Selling mad crack or rapping. Peter Tosh tried to tell us what happened. He was saying if you black, then you African. So they had to kill him and make him a villain, cause he was teaching the children. I feel him. Dunn was trying to drop us a real gem. That's why we bucking holes in the ceiling when we hearing I'm an African. And I know what's happening. I'm an African. And I know what's happening. You are African. Do you know what's happening? I'm an African. And I know what's happening. AFRICA, Puerto Rico, Haiti, and JA, New York and Cali, FLA. Yo, it ain't about where you stay, it's about the motherland. AFRICA, Puerto Rico, Haiti, and JA, New York and Cali, FLA. Yo, it ain't about where you stay, it's about the motherland.
It's that tank top flip flop, naughty dreadlock, fuck a cop, hip hop. Make your head bob, bounce to this socialist movement. My environment made me the nigga I am. Uncle Sam came and got me and the rest of my fam. Try to infiltrate and murder off the best of my clan. I'm not American, punk Democrat or Republican, remember that. Most of the cats we know be hustling. My mama worked all her life and still struggling. I blame it on the government and say it on the radio. And if you don't already know, all these Uncle Tom ass kissing niggas got to go.
Yo, I don't know if you remember the song by Tetasonic, Africa, Let's Speak About the Motherland. You know?
Yeah, that's probably more the vibes that we need to this.
AFR. That song got me into becoming a pan. I came in 87. That song got me into being a black nationalist, right? After I saw that song, man, he said, yo, Soweto, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, let's speak about the motherland. Boom, 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 boom. You know, Tetasonic, right? That's what started me in this whole thing, man. You know, I said, yo, I went to the library. I started pulling up books on Africa and whatnot. I said, I want to learn about this stuff, man. AFRICK, but they redid it in this. Said Cali, Puerto Rico, whatever like that. But the original song was Tetasonics, you know.
Okay, that's how they sample it from.
Yeah, AFRICK, Africa. Soweto, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Angola, Mozambique. Let's speak about the motherland. You know, that was way back, bro. You know, I thought you would play that "We Are Growing." I sent it to you on WhatsApp.
Absolutely. Let's do that.
Yeah, go play that song by Dead Prez. I would love to blast that in front of Dane Calloway, right? At a Dane Calloway rally, right? I put down the speaker and that, you know, we're African. He'd be like, oh man, let me get the hell out of here. Yeah, all these Hotep pretending niggas running. Yeah, you're muted, Bomani.
Yes, so that was playing in the background. So
Be a man of greatness now, a man so tall, a man so kind. Be a man of wisdom now, a man of mind, a man not blind. Be a man of kindness now, a man so big and strong in mind. Be a man so humble now, a man of man now let it shine. This is what you are, this is how it has been now. This is what to be, a kind of man now. This is what to say with a kind of meaning. This is what to feel with a kind of feeling. We are growing higher and higher. 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 Hear the children, they are talking to him. Hear the wind blow, it is coming for him. See the grass grow, it whispers his name. See the fire glow, he's out in the flame.
That's what gets me pumped up, bro. So like that, you know. That movie Shaka Zulu and that, you know. That's what gets me pumped up, you know. I love saying that. You know, another one, the one guy, I have a lot of African, West African music, you know, that I love playing and whatnot, you know, West African folk music and stuff like that. I love it, you know, just gets you pumped up and everything like that. You know, just connects with the land and the people and everything like that. Just gets you pumped up and everything like that, you know. So these people, man, they can talk all they want, man, you know. I know where my roots are, you know. I know where my roots come from. You know, I feel that song down in my soul, you know.
excellent. You know, we need a real anthem like that, strong and just get everybody in harmony.
Mm-hmm. We are growing. Imagine that millions are singing that song. We are growing. We are higher. We are growing. You know, Lord have mercy. You know, ADOS FBA. Yeah, man. These people, man, getting to work tonight, man. You know, what are they gonna say after this show? What not? You know, we already proved tonight that the people who denied the slave trade and everything like that, they were already here. All just people that just want to basically love America, which is fine, right? But you know, America, even if you want to forget slavery, white people are not going to forget slavery. There's more slave movies coming out to remind you of this history, you know, and they're throwing it in your face. You know, what are you going to do about it? We enslaved you, you know, and we're going to make millions of dollars in Hollywood, exploiting it. And what can you do about it? And what that does is black people are going crazy, losing their mind. That's why black people in America act the way they do. You know, I know the madness that black people go through in America, right, has everything to do with the fact that, like, it's like if you have somebody that was raped or tortured and traumatized and everything like that, if they don't get treatment or have an outlet for that, they're going to act crazy. And that's why our people in America act the way they do. Because of the history of slavery. You can't get rid of that. You know, no matter how much you try to do it. You know? You are sissy at we are dancing. Okay.
She said Bomani and Kala are men. They don't pay me any mind.
Yeah. I don't know who that John knows Zola is. Maybe
you know, he's right here.
Well, I think I got him blocked. Why?
No. This is one of our good brothers, man. He shows love.
Okay.
Appreciate you, brother.
Okay.
I think you know, I can't keep up with people. Maybe a friend or a foe. You never know.
Well, like I said, bottom line,
you're all welcome. Friend, foes, enemies, all welcome.
Yeah.
To listening, you know, it's all good. We're gonna educate you.
We don't mind people have an interesting debate. And this is something, like I said, we can't just be dismissive of this because there's a lot of people who believe in this ADOS FBA stuff, you know? And like I said, some of the stuff they say makes a lot of sense, you know? And one thing I will always say, I never said that you don't have a right to be a part of America. You know, I will be a traitor to my race if I did that, after everything that black people fought for in America. I never said that, you know?
Brother, wouldn't it be easier to say that you're from America and you don't even have to just get on a plane and go to Africa?
Yeah, you know. Yeah,
these niggas always want to compensate the easy way out, and then they want something built. There's no easy way to nation building.
It's not. You know, it's not. You know, the bottom line is this: if we ever going to have what other people have, that's what Black America is missing. You know, Black America is missing that sense of peace and freedom that comes from being a free people. Black America is not a free people. You know, I'm sorry. You know, you could have $1 million in the bank in America. You know, you always know that slavery happened, you know, and this society still has contempt for you. You know, they're still judging you. You know, when you walk into a store, you're judged. You still, no matter what, when somebody black does something, you feel like, damn, man, you know, white people sitting back shaking their head. You know, we're always apologizing for the missteps of other black people. We're not free. You know, white Americans are free. You know why white Americans are free? Because when the school, remember that guy who shot those 8 black people in Boston, in Buffalo, New York? Remember that a couple of years ago? The ATO.
Yeah, all these things are just like repetitive. Yes.
So anyway, but do you see white people out there? Oh, I'm so sorry. This makes us look bad. They don't have to because they're in power.
Yes.
You know, they are free. You know, you know how another way white people are free, right? When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, right? The United States, with 90% of America before Pearl Harbor, didn't want anything to do with World War II. After the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, white people said, let's go to war. Let's crush these people. You know, they want war. Majority of white people said they wanted Japan wiped off the map. And that's what the Hiroshima and Nagasaki was all about. And also, not only that, the way they bombed Tokyo into the Stone Ages and places like that, they leveled whole Japanese cities even before they dropped the 2 atom bombs, you know?
Yeah, that was wild, brother. That was a wild history right there.
White people, when they go to war, right? They go and they don't
all of their ships. They sink all of their aircraft carriers, brother.
They destroyed
it was a real all-out war, and now they're allies today.
Right. And the thing is, with black people, right? Somebody could do something to us, and we have no power to do anything about it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
You know, now me, I'm like this. People say, Colin, what do you think about Kim Jong-il? Look, I don't like him. Years ago, oh man, he's a dictator. But now that I see what happened to Gaddafi and everything like that, right? Gaddafi did a speech, right, in front of the Arab League, whatever like that, and they were told him. He said in front of him, he said, "You saw what happened to Saddam Hussein. They lied about weapons of mass destruction. Look what happened to him. You know, that could happen to anyone." And they were laughing at him. You know, he's a clown, he's a buffoon. You know, they're not laughing right now. You know, they're not laughing right now. Why? Because certain countries have a right to start wars. How many people in the Bush administration have ever went to trial or whatever like that? Why? Because he's a white man. If he says there were weapons of mass destruction and he can wage war, he can against his enemy, right? So that he believes Saddam Hussein tried to kill his father, so he took the country to war, you know, and he blamed him for 9/11, even though there was no connection. He got away with it, you know. He's sitting pretty right now in retirement. Black men right now, you know, all the atrocity that happened to us. When have we ever struck back? We can't strike back. We have no military. We have no army. We can't sanction nobody, you know. We can't embargo nobody. We can't do nothing. We have none of the privileges of a republic or a nation state at our disposal, you know. Black America done well. No, Black America done well when you believe that Black America should not have what other people have. Why should Black America, right, who produce all these scientists, inventors, and everything like that, not have the right to have that bomb themselves? Why should we have those weapons, you know? Why shouldn't we be able to go to war if we want to? See, when you basically put us on like, oh, we're just doing well. I believe my people are the greatest people on the friggin' planet, right? I do. I believe Black America is the greatest people on the planet. And the greatest people on the planet should not be second class or second fiddle to another race of people. You see where the problem is? The ADOS FBA people are perfectly fine with the direction. Look, even with the way Black people vote. What do I have in common with the LGBTQ? You know, that's the main thing of the Black people vote for. You vote for a political party that don't even support your values. We talked about in the last show about values, right? What are our values? No one sticks up for our values. We can't enforce our values, you know? Your values, when you have values, right? America has certain values, right? And their values basically translate into public policy, law, and everything like that. America will go to war to protect what it believes are its values. You know, when you're a people and you're a slave, you're in captivity, you have no values because you have no ability to protect it or to enforce it. So let's not talk about like Black America's done well. If you believe we're just this second class people and everything, that you don't respect us and everything, of course, you think Black America did well. But I'm saying to myself, right, if we generate $1.4 trillion, how many billionaires, if we had our own nation, how many billionaires would we have compared to what we have right now? What would our Black middle class look like? So don't give me this crap about Black America has done well. It's done well from a standpoint of white supremacy. That's jockeying for position under white supremacy. Oh, Black America has done well. We've done okay, but not to the level of a people with that sovereignty. Because everybody comes to this country, right? They always set up shop next to Black people to bleed us dry. We done well making other people rich. I'm saying Black men. I see the one brother broke my heart, right? You see that one picture, right, where a brother, young brother, good look like he was good looking, right? Had his whole face burned off and whatnot. He had to walk around the rest of his life in Iraq.
Nah.
Yeah, it's a terrible picture, right? I see another brother right now, you know, in the Wounded Warriors, both legs amputated in war. What do we get out of all this stuff, all the lives we lost in Vietnam? You know, all the lives we lost in World War I, World War II. What did we get out of that? They sent the Harlem Hellfighters, the most decorated fighting group in Europe or whatnot, right? They wouldn't even put it under the United States command. They said, you're not even good enough to be in the United States. They gave the Harlem Hellfighters, which was a National Guard of Negro soldiers, to the French. And we saved France. What did we get out of that war? Garvey said, for our participating in World War II, we should be getting Germany's colonies. We should have got Namibia, and Tanzania, something like that, Germany's colonies in Africa. Did we get that? No. They gave Namibia, then Southwest Africa, to South Africa. We get nothing out of everything in the blood that we put in. So please, I don't want to hear about what Black America, how great Black America is doing. What we spent in blood and treasure and stuff like that is we don't get we've never gotten a return on any of this. You had soldiers coming back from World War I, World War II, lynched and burned and dragged in the streets. That's what we got because nobody respects us. We had whole towns show up, drag Black men or accused of something, right, out of jails, right? And the judges and the prosecutors sit right there and watch mobs burn us alive outside of a jailhouse or the courthouse, right in front of the courthouse. That's our history. We had towns, prosperous Black towns in America, burned to the ground, right? And also recently, a federal government says everybody worships Black America, whatever. Everybody thinks we're a clown. We're a clown show. Nobody worships Black America. We're the world's fools. Just like saying people worship Bozo the clown. Yeah, because he's entertaining. But what happens when that clown wants to be taken seriously? That clown becomes deadly. Recently, the Supreme Court, one court in Oklahoma, said that Black people who lost all that stuff in Tulsa massacre weren't entitled to any sort of reparations or anything. White people stole their houses, looted their homes, looted everything. But the only group of people, Americans, that ever bombed from the air were the African Americans in Tulsa, Oklahoma. They were bombed from the sky. The song by the Gap Band called "You Dropped the Bomb on Me" was all about that. You dropped the bomb on me, baby. And let me tell you something. What the Gap Band stands for? It means Greenwood, Archer, and Pritchard. That was a tribute to the Oklahoma Tulsa massacre of 1921. And in the video, "You Dropped the Bomb on Me," right? They actually showed, on the markings of the beast, planes that were dive bombing and bombing Black homes in Tulsa. That happened in America. So please don't tell me about what Black America is. You tell me I don't have a right to want vengeance. I don't have a right to want revenge for that. I'm only human. I'm not an evil person. I'm not a Black supremacist. I'm not a racist. I'm just a human. And my human thing says I want some sort of satisfaction and I want vengeance for what happened to my people. That's in me. That's in my soul. And since I can't have that, right, the only thing I can say, something, I believe that we should have a nation of our own. Despite everything America has given me and everything like that, I say I want a nation of my own. I could never love America like that because of what my ancestors went through. And that's not being difficult and everything. That's just being a man. White people, when they still talk about, remember the Alamo, remember this. They even know there's so-called friends with Mexico. They still talk about this. The only group of people that's required to forgive and forget and really forget and don't even mention it is Black people. They want to erase our history. They want to tell us, oh, yeah, slavery wasn't that bad and all stuff like that. They want to rewrite our history. They want to tell us all stuff like that. And I'm sorry, I can't buy that. Now, I can't do nothing about America. I can't like that. But the bottom line is this is the reason why I believe in the idea of an Afrikstan. I believe the fact that the soul of Black America, right, should yearn for a land of its own. And it should be on the continent as no force of nature, no force from heaven or hell should prevent that. I heard about history of Tulsa. Why did this happen? Why did this happen, my good brother Frank? Because a lot of African brothers, because it was hatred. It was jealousy and envy. The whites saw that Black people were prosperous. We owned oil rigs. They were rich. We had banks. We had everything. you know, a shopping district, movie theaters, churches, banks. We had everything, insurance companies, everything. And the whites were jealous. They were jealous of our success because they said they didn't want nothing to do with us. I said, okay, you don't want us around you? We're gonna build on our own. By two generations after slavery, Black America all across this country was thriving. And you can't have a thriving race of Black people in this country and have white people living in poverty and whatnot. That's a recipe for disaster. You know? So I'm not going to forget that, you know? I don't care what they say and everything. Like I said, anybody comes up and, oh, yeah, we're America. That's what I said when I hear Al Sharpton talk about, oh, we're American. When did we become Americans? You know? I mean, some people, I get it. 4th of July, you're eating hot dogs and fireworks. Yeah, that's fine, you know? But get this. The difference between us and everybody else, right? I see 4th of July, I see Indians, Mexicans, everything. They have their American flag and they have their Mexican flag out there. You know, they have their Honduras flag out there. They're speaking their language and everything. So they're enjoying the festivities of America, but they know deep down inside, they're still part of their homeland, their home country. We don't have that. We got to sit there and tell ourselves lies convince ourselves that, yeah, we're all American. And this lie that we tell ourselves is making us crazy. You know you're living a lie. It's just like if you know somebody raped your mother, but now they're good friends or whatever like that, you know, and traumatized your mother and everything. And she's trying to tell you, oh, it happened a long time ago. He's a good man. He did this and everything. No, you're going to want revenge no matter what. You can't erase that. Not because you're a bad person, because you're human. And that's where human nature lies. That's why everything is, when it comes to justice, everything has to be meted out. We're so sick and so down, right? That not only do we take injustice from white people, now we take injustice from Black people, race traders in our own community, who mislead us, who steal from us, who scam us, who kill us, who misrepresent us and everything, and we do nothing about it. We're sick. We don't have that natural sense of, our values and my beliefs of compromise and everything. I want revenge. I want satisfaction. We just sit back and like, oh, yeah. You know, like this guy that just got out of jail, a booty bandit and everything. Why does somebody freaking take something and freaking, I ain't going to say it on my show, but you know what I think should happen to them, you know? He's like, oh, I have this thing for it when I see, I just want to get in another man's ass. This guy should be, I don't even want to say it. But we just sit back and just let sick people around us, sick people live, and we do nothing about it.
Yes, Color Brother, let's take a video break and play something in reference to your Hotep Shuffle and Jockeying.
Okay.
From one of your favorite artists that you like to talk about.
Akon.
Acoin out right now?
It's active in Africa as we speak.
Okay, so it's being used in Africa?
It's being used currently right now in Africa, yeah.
Okay, in what countries?
In Kenya.
Huh.
And right now we got a test going on in Uganda.
Hmm.
So it's only in East Africa at the moment.
Okay. Did the whole crypto crash kind of affect it?
No, not at all.
Really?
Honestly, not at all. Because our currency don't really coincide with the, Western currencies like that. And then Acoin is built specifically on mobile minutes. So we transfer your mobile minutes into currency that can be spent on the market. So let me explain that.
Yeah,
I know you're confused.
I don't get it. Yeah,
so basically, the currencies in certain parts of Africa are so untrusted that people are utilizing their mobile minutes to purchase at the local market. So instead of giving the real, like the currency, the local currency, they would just transfer minutes.
Oh, okay. I don't
That's
got
what
10,
gave me the
okay.
idea.
I don't have $10, but I'll give you 10 minutes on your phone
Boom.
to use, and we'll just call it
Exactly.
even.
So I was like, wait a minute. They're not using money. They're using mobile minutes.
Huh.
And that's what gave me the idea.
Akon is Akon. What's up, family? This is your man, not your boy, bringing you another gold nugget that you can either pick up or you can just kick it aside. Akon, with all that he has done, supposedly, when it came to lighting up Africa and having a crypto city that's supposed to be in Senegal, and he has this A-coin, you know, like a Bitcoin, that him and his team went out to do a project to be able to help and assist small entrepreneur businesses in Africa, and we're requesting people to come on board this journey in doing this project to help Africa. Now, myself and many people joined on board because why not help people who really don't have much, but yet you want to see them flourish just like you might see yourself or others. In this whole confusion, I don't want to say scam, but I'm going to say that they have not fulfilled their promise in what they would provide to the donors, the investors, or the contributors of this whole thing. Now, you know, they got themselves in hot water, apparently, because of the fact that they were made promises that in exchange for people's donations, they would get a TOA, token of appreciation. This would convert over into an A-coin as the time goes on. But apparently, according to maybe the SEC, and I will provide this information here shortly of the email that they had sent out, but they were not legitimately able to do such a thing, where they asked those people who got involved with this project that to stay on board with them until they can get things fixed. And if you do not want to go further with this project due to the fact that it was illegitimate promise that they had made that is illegal, that you can go ahead, put your name in a hat and go ahead and get your refund. Well, of course, myself and other people have done such a thing, and they have failed to return people's money, which then will lead me to believe it would be a scam. But let's check out this email traffic here. You see, I reached out to them, which I was told to reach out to one of his board members, Andrew Karas, and he responded back and wanting to take my email and provide address and all that stuff there so that then I could receive a refund. And I'm quite sure they did this to many other people. But Akon, being that he is the head of this project, did not fulfill the need. 2 years go by and still nothing. And though I sent probably 3 or 4 emails trying to inquire about the situation, you would say that there was little to no response. Now, I'm sad to report such information because Akon had appeared that he was doing a good job, but it seems though that he is just like most who would want to use Africa only for his own benefit. You know, I've been to Senegal and I saw the area where, you know, they were supposed to build this whole crypto city and stuff like that. There was little to nothing even done there back when I was there. But, you know, I'm willing to even challenge Akon to go ahead and provide that what the money went to towards the supposed business owners. Did they actually receive what was actually promised? But in saying all that, you can also see that even in their own words, this whole illegitimate practice that they were doing, they had to confess and come forward to their people. Now, this is sad because, you know, if you are doing such business, you would figure you would get approval before venturing into type business practices so that then that everything, all T's are crossed and I's are dotted to make sure that these things don't happen. But the sad part about it is They did not do that. Now, when you look at his board members, and I'm showing them here, I'm quite surprised that where are the representatives, the people of color, especially from Africa? But I understand Akon, who's Akon, surrounds himself like all the other rest of them around those who are in this system, which is predominantly Caucasian race.
A good question is,
Yes, Carla. So far, Gold Black is talking about your favorite, one of your favorite characters.
I'm loving it. You gonna finish playing it?
That is who his team will typically be. Nothing against that, but I raise an eyebrow that if you about Africa, all the smart, wise brothers and sisters in the field of Africa who are in various professions, could you not have representation? Now, you know, what I've donated and stuff, some would say was a substantial amount of money. And though that, you know, I went in it with the heart, I'm doing this because I have a platform, a voice for all of the other people who may be standing out here and feel as though that they are desperately in need of their return and are not receiving it. And because I actually did a couple of videos on Akon doing this project, there were many people who wanted to jump on board in this project. So I feel responsible that I must do this act of revealing that Akon is a con, and he has no follow through or have not fulfilled his agreement to the people who graciously donated, invest, or gave to a project that was not legitimate. I'm hoping that you all pass on this video because Akon is going around doing interviews and not being open and honest and transparent to the people that there is issues with his program that he has not fulfilled for the people. He walks around promoting Africa. Hats off to him for that. But he is marketing himself as this savvy businessman who is prospering in all areas. And if he is prospering, then why is he not returning the people's money? Why has he not disclosed to the people that they are unable to fulfill the promises that were made? Well, family, Akon is a con. And always look out for those people who have these ambitious visions and dreams that may not necessarily come to fruition. And what other recourse do you have? Got to suck it up and keep it moving. This is your man, not your boy, bringing you another go nugget that you can pick up, or you can just kick it aside. Think about
Yeah, you were telling me a while back, man, about this. Akon City was not what people talk about.
And what gets me is
even a so-called millionaire or whatever he claimed to be is scamming people. What's going on with our people, man?
The bottom line is, like I said, the Hotep shuffle. You know, when anybody hears Pan-Africanism and pro-black, whatever like that, they just automatically jump on it. Yeah, Akon. Now, I always said, this is what I always said, even when he was basically talking about that light up Africa, you know, I used to listen to Akon's music, right? And unless he was faking all the time, Akon comes across to me as just a grifter, a swindler, somebody basically who just out for himself and everything. And so therefore, when you come to Africa, right, and you try to sell us on Africa, right, the idea of a city-state for African Americans came from the Black African Infrastructure Organization. We're the first online, right, that got it popularized, the idea of an Afrikstan and everything like that. Then everybody else, Dr. Reconnection and everybody else followed suit. They start calling them Wakanda City, and you got Akon City and everything like that. Because they have a huge following, people graduate to them rather than they do us, you know? And I said to myself, okay, like, Akon, I said, look, you know, the BAIO, look what we stand for, you know, families, nation building, right? Black pride, Black unity, you know, African culture and African development, stuff like that, right? Those are core values, you know? We say, well, what about Akon? I said, okay, well, go by his track record in the music industry. Go by the people he hangs around with. Go by the songs he sings and everything. Is that somebody you really want to lead you? You know, and I was right about that. You know, I was right. And then now I was watching this thing where he was on Joe Budden's interview, right? And he said, yeah, niggas. He's basically saying, he's trying to convince Black people, oh, we should go to Africa and build up. Niggas could do this. I said, using the N-word when referring to Black America, you know? And basically all this disrespectful stuff, his whole tone is disrespectful because he's been taught well by the conscious pimps and the conscious community in America that you really don't have to respect Black America. You know, you don't have to respect. You can con them, cheat them and everything like that and swindle them, and they're not going to do anything about it because they're so enamored with this idea of Africa and everything, right? And if you're going to basically talk about Africa, you better go with people that basically come from your background, have your best interests at heart and everything, that really believe in this, okay? And I said from day one, this guy is not real. You know, he's not real. He likes the idea, but look, and I said this back, everybody was getting on me. I said, look, the Akon City, he had this white contractor say they're going to build it and everything like that. There was not one Black contractor or African contractor, everything. And I asked the question, I said, okay, let's say we go to Akon City. You know, are we out to land, right? Are we allowed to participate in government, you know? So in other words, basically it'll be like a glorified Disney park land that we're just using Akon currency to buy everything, but we have no say-so over anything that goes on there. And so that might work good if you have enough Black people stupid enough to do that, right? And your money, you can't save money, you can't transfer money, anything like that. And you're tied in with him. And the people that he's partnered with, the Chinese and all these other people, they're going to want that money back sometime. If he gives Chinese people give him loans, who thinks going to pay that back? It's going to be us. So I'm saying, I told people, I said, look, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. I saw no Black partners and everything. And I see Chinese, I see Europeans, I see everybody else. But I don't see a Pan-African business group. You know, they're saying that we're going to put this Akon City together. So I always said that was not a real Pan-African venture. And people are just, oh, Colin, man, you just a hater, blah, 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 blah. You know, so the same people went and invested in Acorn and everything. Now they lost their money and everything. And they're saying, oh, man, I've been scammed. Acon's not real. Hey, look, I tried to tell you like 6 years ago when he came out. And people didn't want to listen, you know, and say, well, why are you always doubting everything? Look, I know when something's real and something's not, you know, and I said the Acorn, that doesn't even sound right, you know, it doesn't even sound right. And so, and I said all the time, you look around, some of these coins that people have are crashing and not yielding money, people losing money in Bitcoin. What makes his coin so different? But people still invest it anyway because all they have to do is say Pan-Africanism and Black this and everything. I said, when you talk about a real Pan-African movement, right? It should be Black people, Black investors, Black builders, everything. Now I know that you can't. There's some things that we can't do ourselves, and we have to partnership with other races, right? But it should be thus a Black group, right? May have to outsource or partner with another group. His partners, right? He's the only Black face in the group. And so what I'm saying is this: where does this come from? It comes from he has a different culture than us, right? People from a lot of people from Africa don't have a consciousness when it comes to race. So if you don't have a consciousness when it comes to race, then why is your main target? He could have built Akon City and basically targeted Europeans that want to live there, target Chinese people that want to live there, Senegal, Why if it's going to be a black thing, it has to be built by black people for black people, But it wasn't like that. But he keeps saying, "Oh, African Americans should come. You have everything and everything." But he hasn't given us any reason why we should go over there. Why would we go to a place where we're gonna have less power, less say so, anything that we have in America? And people didn't want to hear it when I was saying that. I said that don't make any sense. I said the same thing about the Wakanda thing. I said, who's gonna build this? They told me, oh, we're gonna get the Chinese to build it, right? I said. So what about the black contractors? What about the black business people and everything? They didn't want to hear nothing about that. And I said, we building Afrikstan. It's going to be built by us. And we initially, now we have to expand and contract out or to some other races of people and everything. That's fine. But we're going to control everything from the design, everything like that from the bottom up. And that's the only way I'll accept any sort of repatriation movement, anything. It has to be done by us. It has to be financed by us, through us, through our hands and our ingenuity. Other than that, it's not a real Pan-African Black Power movement. But I'm shocked that Go Black bought into this, But we buy into stuff when people start talking about, oh, we're going to do this to help the local people and everything. And like Kaiser said, when you come to Africa to do business, you are the business, right? Kaiser said, if you come to Africa with $50,000, right, their goal is to get as much of that $50,000 out of you as possible. That is the business. You come in Africa, wasting money and everything like that, nothing getting done. That is the business. And then you got this other one, a Bluebacon, a Cabelon, whatever, city. Everybody got their own city that they're going to build on crypto and all this kind of nonsense. And people buy into it. They're doing the Hotep shuffle, No real business skills, no real anything. Don't know who the partners are, investors, everything. You just go there because someone tells you, oh, this is pro-black and everything, and you buy into it. Enough is enough.
Yes, greetings, color Genesis. The buffoonery never stops, brother. Never stops. Family, come join us and debate or have a conversation with Brother College Genesis.
Yeah, I would love
to science today.
I made the point tonight, right?
About the Hotep shuffle.
Jockeying for position. The people who say that we were already here and stuff like that, that's all an attempt to basically ease the pain of slavery. I was no slave, right? I was no slave. My ancestors were already here. And that sentiment is growing among Black people. It doesn't matter what the facts are and everything. All you have to do is because people are not reading books anymore, right? They're listening to videos and memes online and everything. And it's brainwashing people to think this stuff. And there's got to be a special place in hell for people who lie on that level, there's got to be a special pit in hell that you're going to burn in for freaking lying to people like that. That you're going to basically take our ancestors who did nothing to you and basically throw them under the bus just so you could basically feel better about yourself, your situation in America. And like I said, if you love America, hey, pull out that Lee Greenwood and just go for it, go for it. Just start singing the Star Spangled Banner. Say it's a great country. I got no problem with that, But when you start saying, then when we start talking about we want a nation, want to build a nation on. You were all up in our business talking about, nah, man, this is my country. I'm American and all stuff like this, you know. You're American. You're always complaining about racism and everything like that, you know. You always complain about racism. You always say America's racist and everything. And then when we say there's an alternative to the racism, part of the racism in America is because white people still have the power. You know, they still have the power, you know. They still tell you, nigga, go back to Africa, you know. And you don't feel like you have a place in America. You're like this. And no matter what you try to do, there's nothing you can do to change that. So we're saying, hey, look, you know, we're going to build something on our mother continent. And, you know, like this. Kala, you misread my question about the last show. I'll try again. Where the AMC church? The AME was not it was a black church, right? At the time, people called themselves Africans, you know, the African church, you know, the African Christian church, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, right? And basically, they were building communities, right? So what they were saying was, we're Africans living in America. And so therefore, their thing wasn't really, now you could say Pan-African was born in that, because the AME Church was the first to really unite black people under the idea of being African, you know, the idea of African. So when someone came here from Haiti, most people from Haiti didn't call themselves Haitians this time, they called themselves Africans. Most people from the continent call themselves Africans. The African Americans call themselves the African people, you know, the African church. And they basically rallied around that, right? Now, Pan-Africanism is not a religion. That's a religion, you know, the African church. They had the shrine of the Black Madonna and stuff like that. So and also the way they worshipped and everything was a fusion of African culture and dance and everything with the Christian religion, you know. But it was never any, and that was the basis of building communities in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and other parts, and even in South Africa. You know, it was just an identity. It was not really a political. Now, the first real Pan-African, it was the Pan-Africanist Congress. And then you had the African National Congress, was also started by members of the ANC as a political movement, you know. So the African Methodist Episcopal Church was all about religion and spirituality. It had nothing to do with politics. It birthed Pan-Africanism, but it's not where, you know, that was not their goal. Kala, what would you say done to race trades in African transitions will be done to minimize their emergence? There's really, actually, to be honest with you, because we live in a civilized society, there's really nothing we can do. You know, but keep doing what we're doing. I say all the time, buy black, you know, support black and everything like that. As long as there's people like us that basically still believe in blackness and our ties to Africa, building in Africa, we'll eventually win. We can't do nothing about the people. They're going to be always like what they are. But what we can do is make them be on record about where they stand. You know, we cannot basically say, I don't want to hear anybody tell me, oh man, you should meet with the Hebrew Israelites, or you should meet with the Hebrew Israelites say a lot of anti-African stuff. I can't rock with them with that. The ADOS FBA people say a lot of anti-African stuff. I can't rock with that, right? Every one of those groups, the Moors and Egyptians, whatever, is anti-African, you know, anti-Black African, anti your roots, your true heritage. I can't rock with that. So therefore, like I said, let them do their thing, right? And we're doing our thing, you know. And there goes it. Before, you know, I had a lot of people that I started with years ago that were Moors, and we would just talk about Black unity and everything. But now we see, now because talking points have been sharpened over the years, right? Where I realized there's a lot of people who don't really rock with Africa or care about Africa like that in that sense. That's just the truth. I had to come to that reality. I had a couple of people tell me, Kyle, I like your ideas, you're smart, and everything like that, but I can't rock with Africa, you know? I don't feel like, I had brothers tell me, man, but good luck, brother. Good brothers have been with me and said, look, I just can't rock with Africa. I don't feel like I'm an African. I just don't want to do it. I said, you're a good brother. I hope you come around one day, whatnot, but they just told me I can't rock with Africa. I'm gonna go back to being a Moor, you know, that suits me better and whatnot, you know. And they basically like, you know, I'm feeling this pretending shit, you know. I said, hey, I can't do nothing about that, you know. So we got our work cut out for us. But if people want to do that, right? But they knew that once they went that route, they had to part ways with me. I'm not going to hang, and I'll say, hey, look, we can be friends. You know, we could talk about stuff like that, you know, online and everything. But I can't discuss Pan-African business with you anymore. I can't let you in the BAIO. Because 2 questions we ask you in the BAIO: are you African or are you African American? You know, 2 questions. Now that people that join the BAIO will say, no, I'm a Hebrew. You're not in. Sorry, I can't approve your account. Oh, I'm a black ADOS. Somebody came in there and said I'm an ADOS Freedman. I can't let you in. To be in the BAO, be around me, right, Ed? You have to acknowledge that you're an African American, which means an African, a black African, or you're an African, that means you're black African, or you're black African. You know, that means are you part of the sub-Saharan black people of Africa? You know, now if you start saying you're a Moor, you're all this Hebrew, I can't. I'm sorry. If you want to believe that, hey, you go right over here and believe that. I wish you more power to you. But what we have in our community, right, is like whoever's popular, everybody's up front. It's sad that we got Professor James Smalls even falling for this pretending stuff, you know. We're here, you know. He's supposed to be a Pan-Africanist, right? Now he's getting into this stuff because why it's popular, you know. What about these Africans? Like Israel, see, Africa is a promised land. Where now, if you believe Africa is a promised land, you call yourself an Israelite and everything, hey, I can rock with that, right? But the problem with Go Black is the people that he's following don't believe that. You know, they don't believe that. They don't believe it. They don't want anything to do with Africa. They believe that America is their land, whatever like that. They don't mess with Africa, you know. There's a couple of guys that went to Liberia. I said Liberia, Wayne knows, right? They're Hebrew Israelites, whatnot. They're like, okay. So they drew parallels between Liberia and our ancestors in Liberia to the Israelites. Everything. I could do that. The Hebrew Israelites first settled in 1967 in Liberia, built a community. And they eventually went to Israel. But they first went to Liberia and built a community. But the bottom line is because they be like, okay, they're African, Hebrew Israelites and everything. Then they left Liberia and they went to the state of Israel, you know, and they've been there ever since. But if somebody says the African, whatever like that, and I don't want to legitimize the Hebrew Israelite movement, when the majority of them want nothing to do with Africa, especially that Takaraki, whatever his name is. He believes Africans are the curse, the sons of Ham. I can't rock with that. You know, he believes Black Americans are Semites or Shemites, whatever, right? And the Africans are Hamites. That's ridiculous. So I can't rock with that. He told a young African brother, that look like African American brother, you know, right to his face, you know, when he found out he was African. I can't rock with you. Right there on camera, on Signal TV. I can't rock. He was a young guy. The kid was only like 14 years old. He's not one of me. And this all goes back to this self-hate in this culture that Black people in America have bought into. You know, even though people said that African, too many people, African does not mean African. Well, bottom line is when you say African American, right? You know, you're just saying the Africans, just like you have Scott Irish, right? What is a Scott Irish? A Scott Irish is a Scottish person, right? Who's culturally Scottish, who lived in Ireland. They're completely different culturally from the Irish Catholics. You know, Scott Irish is a different culture than just regular Irish. So, like you got French Canadians. There's nothing wrong with somebody saying African American. That basically explains the African cult, the Africans, the African, where I'm looking for, the African experience in the United States of America. So let African Americans have that term. Leave it alone. You know, it just says, okay, that's what we are, African American. You know, we're the African American. We're Africans, no, but we're African Americans. That basically as a distinction between African Americans, African Colombian, African Haitian, African Jamaican, African Dominican, whatever like that. You got the African American. You know, these are all different, the African people, but they're all different African cultures based on the experience, you know, lived experience. And that's very, very important because although we're all Africans, you know, I can't go and tell somebody from Aruba what to think. His experience is different than mine. We're going to be things we have in common. Let's build what we have in common. But I can't tell him, like I said, everybody sees it. Like I feel some sort of way when I see people in the Caribbean, you know, always fawning over white people, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, white people come down there. I was like, you know, every time I hear white people, it was, oh yeah, we went to Aruba, we went to this country and everything like that, and the people were great and everything like that. And I'm like, you know, why, you know, but that's the culture, you know. You know, whatever happened between whites and them on the islands and everything like that, I can't explain, you know, and it's not my place to explain. All I'm saying is we black people in America. I remember my mother's friend, right? Evelyn, she was from the islands, right? She used to always tell us, you're black people, you're black, you're not white. You know, she used to tell us. I said, Mom, your friend's crazy, you know. She's like, oh, you're black, you're not white. We're black people, you know. And she used to tell my mother how white women would come down to the islands, right? And find the blackest man they could find, run after, take their jewelry or run after chasing the black man down the island, right? And the same ones that would come to America, right? And call a black man a nigger in America. You know, but the thing is, though, we didn't rock with white people like that, you know. So yeah, in America, black and white people don't really get down like that. But he said, but these white women, they go down to the islands, whatnot. They be chasing these young Jamaican guys and guys, you know, they be going crazy down there for these guys in the islands, you know. And I never been to the islands, but that's what I heard. You know, that's what she told me. They said the same ones won't even look at a black man in America, won't even say anything to you in America, right? Because she met some people that she saw in the islands when they act like they didn't know her. Got back to America, I don't know anywhere like that. She saw the same people that she saw down there partying with the black people and everything like that, you know? So what I'm saying is that's a different culture than America. The African American, the white people will love to have black people in America act like that, and that's never going to happen, you know? Because the history of black people in America, the slavery in America and the situation with black people in America is very bitter, the worst. The island people did not go through, the Jamaicans had the Maroons. They killed white people, you know? They hid in the mountains and whatnot. They had some sort of event. They signed treaties and everything. Black people in America never had that. We were always behind enemy lines. We were always under fire in America. So that's part of our psyche. So yes, we have to distinguish between the African American and everybody else because we think differently, you know. And that's why when I take ownership of that, right, what I'm doing is taking that power away from the ADOS FBA people because that's what they run with, and they're right about that, you know. Yeah, we see the world differently, you know. You know, based on experience in America, you know, our experience ain't the experience of the people on the islands. Or in Africa, you know, where I had people tell me, like you got people like Judah about white people. I love white people. I love white people and everything. He says he loves white people, but black people. Bottom line is why? Because it was a white person who gave him a visa. A white person probably fed him in a refugee camp and gave him food and everything. Probably gave him an education and everything, so they feel ingratiated, you know. Whereas black people in America, we never had that sort of relationship with white people, you know? So that's why I said the lines being blurred between in this diaspora conflict, right? the African Americans like, well, look, we can't just forget about slavery and everything. I know everybody just wants to come here and just enjoy America, and I wish them all the luck. This situation that you came here voluntarily. America's been good to you. A lot of times our people in the Caribbean have their beef. Their beef is with Spain, the Netherlands, the British, and all these other people right here. But America was a country they found thing because America didn't colonize them or oppress them. Our beef is with the white American. And that's going to be like that to the end of time. I hate to say that to people. I hurt some people's feelings, but that's always going to be like that. Because we were slaves in America, right? They built their country off of our backs and everything. Our ancestors and everything were thrown like trash into a heap of pile when they died and everything like that. And they moved on to build the greatest country the world's ever seen off the blood of our ancestors. That's just the truth. So there's always going to be some ambivalence towards white America, white people in America, America itself among the Black African American. So I hope that answers Barudi's question.
I'm sure he's gonna have a reinvented question for your brother, man. But this was the question again.
How many people identify, whether they identify as African American? Man, I mean African. Look, African American is experience, right? I can't call myself just an African. I can't do that. I'm African American because I speak English. This is my culture. This is where I was born at and everything like that, right? I just can't call myself I can't erase who I am. There's always this thing they want the African American to erase who he is. I can't never understand that. When you go to a country, you go to Angola, you're dealing with an Angolan. He's going to tell you his history, who he is. When you go to Igbo land, he's going to tell you who he is. Okay, this is what I went through. This is my identity. Everybody does. That's why the Pan-African movement is stalled right now, because everybody's holding on to their thing. And I get upset about that sometimes, right? Because I want, people just to embrace me as a fellow African, but that's not reality. When it comes to power, right? I can't just go to Nigeria and say, I'm an African now. Let me, no, there's people there that has all the power and everything like that. And I'm just an outsider. Simple as that. You heard Amara saying, yeah, Tema people and everything. They're not going to give up that Tema identity. Why? Because it's going to translate the power. He has an identity. He's not going to give that up. Can we work together? Yeah. But I don't expect people just to give up their identity because identity is who they are. That's how they're going to gain power, gain recognition in the world. Same thing with us. Same thing. Yeah, I don't understand how people basically don't expect. They want to hold on to their tribal identity, their ethnic identity, everything. But the African American, you want, you're just Africans, just forget about everything. No, it don't work like that. I hope Rudy could understand that, because always, we got, no, it's not. That's not going to happen. You're not going to get Black people, 45 million people, just to forget who they are, just to embrace something. Now, what if we have a nation of our own, and we say we're all going to be Afrikstani or Afrikstan people, whatever like that? Yeah, that could happen. But let me give you an example, like Israel, right? What are Jews who go to Israel? What are they called? What's their new identity? They're called Israelis. That means they're a Jewish person, Ashkenazi, whatever like that, Sephardic, whatever like that. Or they could be a Jew. They could say, I'm a Libyan, I'm a British, whatever like that. But when they go to Israel, they have a state where they can all become one. It's called Israelis. That's what's called. That's what Zionism is all about. So they could be from all different parts of the Jewish diaspora, right? But they got a state where they all consider Israelis. Now you got the Russian Jews who are Russian Jews, right? He's different. I remember a couple years ago, there was about 10, I forgot how many years ago, like 10, 15 years ago, there was some Russian Jews who went to Israel and they didn't like it. They like it, just like some Hasidic Jews said they didn't like the state of Israel because it was too secular. Majority do like it, but the Russian Jews said, no, we didn't like the culture and everything like that. We didn't like the stuff and whatnot, so they left. Some stayed, some left. Some say, okay, it was going to be a Jewish state, but they weren't familiar with the new culture of Israel that was there. And it was too modern and too, secular. So they held on to their Russian Jewish identity. Identity is very important, Now, same thing, there's a lot of people that want African Americans to forget who they are. Some will go to a place, like a Pan-African place like Ghana, and fit in like this. But some people like, hey, look, I'm not, feeling this, I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this. I'm not feeling this. What I thought was going to be a sanctuary for Black people and everything like that. I feel alienated. I feel like an outsider. That happens, Thank you, brother, for the super chat.
Yes, brother, thanks for the super chat, for the kind words of pouring into the Black community. Yes, brother, we're here to keep the energy strong, and we're here to push Pan-Africanism towards nationhood, and against all odds, Kala. Against all odds.
The end goal has to be nationhood. Nationhood means that if we build a nation, no matter where you come from, right? Whether you're African, Caribbean, Afro, UK, we can have a place where our commonality of being Black is celebrated, right? We have to get to that level. We have to get to that level, right? Where, okay, we're here, we're all Black Africans and everything like that, and we can work together. That's what nationhood is. We have a common national anthem, we have a common flag, we have everything, and then over time, right, the children, no matter where they come from, will mix together, go to school together and everything, and they become a new people. That's the goal. Out of which something new will come. I saw in Liberia. People came from Barbados, people came from Jamaica, North America, the UK, and everything, and they all became Liberians. They came from other parts of Africa, and they all became part of this new cult, this new thing called Liberia. It works. They had a new identity. Let's see. Is there possible Franco from Liberia? Thought was Frank artist from Liberia on the Nollywood actor. They thought was is that the light skinned guy?
You lost me. I wouldn't know.
Okay, and I was asking him if he's gonna say. I think that was a light skinned guy. I think get the brother Frank artist from Liberia on the Nollywood actor who thought he was Nigerian. Yes. Okay. I don't know, but he was a good actor. He was a Nollywood actor, but he was Liberian. But that's where Pan-African goes wrong. I mean, he was a good actor and everything like that. Why the heck he from Liberia would be such an issue? I know it's how he disappeared, kind of. That's the whole thing. Imagine if we basically had a movie industry where actors could come from different parts of Africa, play different roles and everything. And nobody gives a damn whether you are from Ghana or whatever like that, It's tribalism stuff is real, everybody has to take the first step, We can't just expect Black America, forget who you are and everything. It don't work like that, I've seen a little bit of his work and whatnot. He seemed like he's a good actor. But I haven't seen much from him lately, though. But it is what it is. It is what it is. This tribalism stuff and everything like that is real. That's why, when we're explaining Pan-Africanism and everything, we have to take ownership and get this before the ADOS FBA people get a hold to it, because they were like, oh, see, Africans are tribal. We understand that, right? But I still think we can build with that, even with the tribalism, if people see the bigger picture. Because what's the alternative? What's the alternative, besides what we're trying to do? What's the alternative besides us building our own motion picture industries and stuff like that, where we're training people in acting, and we can make pictures that tell our story and history and everything like that? Isn't that something we all should want? But, the pettiness of tribalism and ethno-nationalism and everything. Okay, Kala, how do the Liberians who trace their ancestry in 19 repatriate respond to the notion of to be connected to? Well, I had interesting conversation at the airport. We're about to board the plane to Liberia. My last trip to Liberia, and I was talking to this one guy, older guy, right? And he was obviously a descendant of the African Americans, Congo people were, obviously, And basically, he's sitting there trashing his own country and everything like that, saying, oh, yeah, see, the Willie Lynch. And this guy tells me that he did 20 years in the U.S. military, right? And I asked him, I said, if, you have so much smoke for your so-called ancestors because you're trying to pander to indigenous people, whatever like that, whatever the hell you're trying to do. I know you're going to go there, mess with these young girls, but that's what they always do. They always go back to Liberia. They got like 20 or 30 girls lined up that they're going to fuck, whatever, and they're going to do their thing. I say, yeah, but, the Congo man had all the women, whatever like that. So it's an old thing, You have a little bit of money, you're going to get a lot of women, But you gave 20 years of your life to the U.S. military. You didn't give 20 years of your life to the Liberian military and everything, but yet you want to cast aspersions on, I told him, I said, my ancestors who built Liberia and your ancestors built Liberia. Yeah, but you see, the house of the slave, all this kind of stupid stuff. I said, that's not true, bro. You had more divisions among black people in America than you ever had in Liberia. My partner, Sam Cooper, is a descendant of the founders of Liberia. His father built S.J. Cooper Road. Sam has a lot of property and everything like that. The Coopers and the Maximores are one of the most powerful families in Liberia, wealthiest families in Liberia. Sam owns a lot of property, a lot of land in Liberia and everything. He's a descendant of that. Sam and I are brothers, and Ross, same way, they're all descendants of the Africans who came to back and everything like that. And they're very, 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 very Pan-Africanist and pro-black. And the stereotype of the so-called American Liberians, a term never existed, that they're white-like and everything like that. They don't believe in Africa. That's a lie, They're very, very in tune with the black world and stuff like that, A lot of them came to America. They joined the Black Muslim movement and everything like that. So they're very, very entwined with the Black Power, civil rights and stuff like that, And they see themselves as part of the oppressed people. And Liberia was a victim of white supremacy and the oppression. So you got two oppressed groups that were living in Liberia, right? And the bottom line, the geopolitical forces is what destroyed Liberia. Geopolitical forces from the outside destroyed Liberia from within. So, like I said, the Liberians, I have more, to tell you the truth, I have more people who are indigenous background, right, that support what we're doing in Liberia. Dr. Kula is from indigenous background, right? And she's very pro-Black America. Wayne Wonder, all these people are indigenous background and everything like that. The more educated Liberians are, the more they see what we're talking about. Because a lot of the stuff they're going through right now, like when they come back from America, right? People call them Congo people, call America or whatnot. And they're like, well, I'm from a crew. You know, you're not a crew no more. You're American. You're one of the Congo people now, you know? So it's ignorance. Now they understand what our ancestors went through when they came back, you know? So like I said, they're definitely willing to work with us on many different things.
Yes, Brother Colin. Let me know if you have a video, anything you want to play. And if not, we can, we can work on our closeout session.
So let's see. Yeah, let me look for some videos. I just sent you a video, Bomani.
All right, let me check it out.
No, African Americans and Caribbeans are not from Ethiopia. They are not from Somalia. They are not from Eritrea. They are not from that East African region. They are not Fulani, Tubu, Tuareg, or any of the nomadic tribes. The African Americans and Caribbeans are mainly from here, particularly the so-called Slave Coast. Numbers don't lie. These would be Bantu type of animist tribes. What is wrong with West Central Africa? Why are you ashamed of Congo, Angola? These are beautiful, intelligent African people. Some of these nations are doing much better today than the Islamized nomads or East African civil war. Why are you burdening East Africans and nomads? They have problems of their own. African Americans are richer and wealthier than every other African. You live in villas. You live in United States, yet you are not happy. You want to force identities on African people instead of listening to them telling their story to you. I don't get it.
Exactly. Exactly. I want to speak about that, right? We have a problem, like I said, Umar Johnson, right? And he just says blankly, oh, African people, African. And also, what that does is being dismissive of African identities. You know, an African has his identity, right? And I take, you know, people like you, like Judah and Amara and people like that, you know, and Afrodamus and all those other people. I understand what they're saying. They want to hold on to identity. We want to basically talk about racism, white supremacy. We're all African. We're all in this together and whatnot, you know, and that's not the real world, because Dr. Umar did not basically take the time to study the continent. He didn't take time to study the nuances, the differences, and different people that make sense. What he's acting like is a white man himself, where you just erase somebody's heritage and identity and just say African and everything like that. And it doesn't work like that. You know, people have their own ideas, their own beliefs, their own values and everything like this, you know. And so if you don't basically respect that, right, then the Pan-African movement is a farce. You know, like I said, I'm African American, right? I believe that my ancestors come from that coast, that long coastline right there that he just showed, right? And to be honest with you, I want some of that land and territory back. Angola has oil off the coast. Cabinda is ripe for the picking, you know, and all these other places like that. You know, I say that we should have something that of our own on that coast, you know, build cities and stuff like this, you know, and I have nothing to, I have no problem with that, right? I think we should have African trade from a position of power and strength, you know, but I'm not going to blankly say we're all African and blah, 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 and basically say, oh, African on that. The African that comes to America wants nothing to do with the struggle that we choose to be ourselves in. Because like the guy was just saying a minute ago, we're the richest black people on the planet, you know, it's not even close. With Nigerians, that's not even close. As far as education, entertainment, and everything like that, it's not even close, you know. And that's one of the things they use against us. The Black Power movement, why the Black Power movement failed, right? They said, okay, when we looked around and said, well, we're talking about Black Power and stuff like that, but the black people in America, you know, earn more money than any other black people in the world, and even most people of color in the world, even in Japan, you know, we earn more money. Everybody, that was back in the 60s. So therefore, the identity can't always be based on oppression, right? We have to look for things that unite us besides the so-called struggle, okay? We have to unite based on a common value system. What do you value as an African? You know, what are our values as an African American? Let's see how we can work together. I'm not going to take your identity away. You have certain interests in everything that's important to you. You know what's best for your particular country, whether it's the Gambia, Senegal, and these countries like that. I get that, you know. I'm not going to superimpose, say we're all Africans, and I'm going to come in there and tell you what to do in your own country, you know, or how you should do, or you should adopt my mindset, you know. Our fight, the black man in America's fight, this thing we're going through right now has to do with the fact that America is seen as this great country in the world. And everybody comes here for everything, but yet we feel some sort of way because of our history of slavery and everything like that, right? But that's not the fault of the African who comes here or the Caribbean who comes here, who takes part in this American dream and everything like that, that we on the whole reject. You know, we reject America, but yet we don't want nobody else benefiting or being happy here. What else? We just want everybody to join in our pity party and our misery. And then under this guise of, well, Africans. Africans like, yo, look, I know what I want out of America. I want opportunity. I want education. I want to be able to send my kids to school. I want to be able to invest back in my homeland. If America can give that to me, then I'm going to wave the American flag. And so therefore, like I said, the Pan-African movement was blindsided with this, you know. We got blindsided by the social justice movement, right? And everything. We never moved into building Black African infrastructure, nation building, trade, and everything as a new frontier for the Pan-African. We're still stuck on the so-called struggle. Baruti says, Judah, you're 100% correct. I have been a primary geolinguistic African. I think bachelor should be used a Pan-African way. But Judah does not believe that we are Judah does not believe African Americans are not African. He believes Pan-African should only be for people on the African continent. Judah said that today, this afternoon. He said Africans, Americans, and Caribbeans are one and the same. We should not worry about Africa. Look, I get that. We don't want to interfere with what you got going on in Cameroon, as you say, how you say Cameroon. Yeah. And look, it is what it is. I get that. You're pro-Cameroonian, and you represent for Cameroon. I can't change people's mind. And so this idea that we're just going to identify as Bantu and everything, but that doesn't translate to power and economic development. Because the Europeans left certain Bantus in power. You want to know how it happened, right? When the Europeans pulled out, right, they made sure they educated a class of black people that they left behind to do their bidding. And that's what you have. We got these Africans that are super rich and they hobnob with the richest elite in the world and everything like that. And so I know my people, by African Americans, right? We're not going to sit back and just like let other people run all over us and you make all the decisions. We're just sitting there like under some, we're all Bantu. That's not going to work. It has to come down to power. And the only way it's going to come down to power is there has to be a state created just for the returning diasporans to dwell in. That's the only way this is going to work. Where our value system, right, is protected by a constitution, a military, police, courts, and a financial, legal system, and education system. That's the only way it's going to work. Any other way, you're just asking for conflict and trouble. That's just the truth. But I love for Judah to get on and explain himself, better. Come on, Judah, get on, man. I got some words for you, bro. Kaiser's show was actually pretty good today. He was taking jabs at O'Shea. And O'Shea's doing the best he can, but he's new at this, so he's not going to know what Kaiser know. Kaiser cut O'Shea some slack. Said Kaiser was like, O'Shea was like, yeah, most black people think they're going to be Wakanda. And he said, look, on my show and several shows, we've been talking about the nuances and the problems of Africa, and nobody goes to Kaiser show or this show believes that Africa is cakewalk and everything like that. Most people who are in the Pan-African world have been studying this, who've been to the continent and been dealing with African issues for years, understand it's more complex than that. So it's not like there's some new black people who just says, oh, I'm in Africa, I'm going to Africa and everything like that. And they get caught up in that, right? But there's a large number of us who know about the intricacies and the way things are done on the continent and stuff like that. We know all this stuff, we know all the problems and everything like that with the limitations and everything like that we have on the continent. That's what Kazori was basically saying. So this idea that there's people out there that have this romantic image of Africa, that's few and far between. Because even I listen to somebody like Nagmeezy. Nagmeezy seems like he knows more about Pan-Africanism and Africa than a lot of so-called people call themselves Pan-Africans. That's a shame. He don't claim to be a Pan-African, but he knows about the different linguistics and the different cultural things dividing Africa and stuff like that. That a lot of African Americans call themselves Pan-African don't know and don't want to know. You call yourself a Pan-Africanist and basically you can't just go to a Nigeria and tell them, oh, we're black. It don't work like that in the real world. He has his own society, his own structure, his own identity. And so therefore you can't just put a blanket, we're all Africans, stuff like that. That's good for people who live in the West, in America. You could say, black America, oh, it's Africans. We come, we're all Africans. That sounds good in theory. But when it comes down to power, who controls what, who does what, and everything like that, it's based on tribal lineage, cultural connections and stuff that goes back hundreds of years. And that's just the reality. And no amount of Pan-Africanism is going to break that, you know? That's why Bomani and I is doing the right thing, you know? We're starting with several African countries, right? That we could build something for ourselves on the ground, but we could do our thing and basically build within the society, integrate from a position of power and strength. You know, that's the only way it's going to work. We have to be able to self-rule and protect ourselves and provide for ourselves in Africa. That's the only way it's going to work. Any other kumbaya stuff is not going to work on the African continent, you know. Bomani blocked everyone from a show not aligned with. No, Bomani doesn't. Bomani blocks people who act stupid and ignorant and act dumb and make dumb comments, you know. You know, we don't block people for just expressing their opinion. Ain't that right, Bomani? We like people with their opinions, you know. We value different people's opinions, you know.
I mean, that's what we do, brother. We're about real business and to show people that we're serious, and then we don't tolerate no foolishness. So people have their chance to come up and we talk, and some people didn't make it. So, you know, we have to step the bar up. You know, this is not Kaiser's show where, you know, Kaiser, you know, is someone that just let Kazorian let any kind of trolls get on the show and talk any kind of garbage. You know what I mean? But I'm on a whole different level. We have a real business enterprise that we're building: Africa tourism, investment, community development, a whole lot of networking, consultation, really trying to give people right information to be successful in living, traveling, and doing business in Africa, and just be a part of the full-fledged repatriation movement. So yes, you know, coons like you, clowns, you know, fools like you, village idiots, savages like you, get blocked, and you can't come up here and push that nasty negative division agenda, and that's what people like Judah doing. So Judah, you know, but I've given you a pass, but since you just love our show and you just love to always want to comment with your 2 cents, we know you don't. We know you have a low intelligence, so you know we don't expect much from you. But we figure by now, with all the information, all the things that we have talked about, that you'd have actually learned something. Why Judah keep on posting these foolishness?
Yeah.
What's up with this counter question with
Colin, please get my counter question to Judah. Use of pure Bantu response to Bantu. Look, you know, the bottom line is this, you know, in the real world, right? Now there's some people say the Bantu was a term the Europeans coined, you know, and Bantu just means the people from Central Africa, you know, Black Africa and stuff like the Congo and stuff like that, you know, Southern Africa and everything like that. So some people are rocking with the term. Some people are offended by the term, say it's not a real term. I you know, what I don't like is when people use terms like Bantu to distinguish themselves from other Black people, you know. You know, when it really comes down to we're all Black, you know, we're all Black Africans, you know. The Bantu is just a term that people use. You know, we're all Black Americans for the most part are all mostly Bantu descent. Anyway, you know, that's where we mostly come from, the Congo and the Congo region in Central Africa. That's where most African Americans come from. You know, so the idea of I guess he's asking me what do I think about that, right? Yeah, that's a slippery slope, you know. When people say, "Oh, what do you think about the term Bantu?" You know, it's counterproductive. We don't need any more new identities, you know. Can we all agree that we're Black, you know, and Africa is our homeland, and we need to build it up and everything at all costs? We need to get the intelligentsia on both sides of the continent, Atlantic, to work together to build stuff and everything. Can we agree on that? You know, can we all agree on this? Why is it that Europeans can work together? Italian, Russian, German, everybody can work together and put together multinational companies and everything. Why is it that Asians could open up offices throughout Asia and everything, have no business living in each Asian country and everything like that, doing business as respected? But the black race always like, oh, he's not a Bantu and everything. What's mediocrity? All that is stuff is talk is mediocrity. You know, the tribalism and all that stuff like that. That's mediocrity. Bomani and I are on a different level. You know, on a different level. If somebody can perform and they can build, they can rock with us, you know? Well, we don't want a bunch of people that say, I'm a Bantu. What's that do? Okay, you're a Bantu. Now what? What can you build? What skills can you bring to the table? Are you an engineer? You're an architect? Are you a business person? You know? Are you a trader? Are you the shipping? What can you do to build this global black infrastructure? You know? Can we all agree that Africa is the base? That whole coastline should be living with brand new cities and whatnot that's popping up. That thing. Why can't we all agree to that? That these cities on the coast of Africa should be flooding, teeming with business people and everything to build these people to the highest level. Can we agree on that? Or are we gonna sit around and talk about who's a Bantu and who's not? That's a conversation I like to have. You know, talk about who's a Bantu and all stuff like this does not move the needle forward. Am I missing something here, Bomani?
No, brother, you're not missing anything.
You know, maybe that's the black African American in me. You know, that's the way we see the world. You know.
Yeah, these are all terminologies that people say that's supposed to unite us and things, and
people, like I said, people.
I don't see it, brother. It just doesn't happen. That is the problem.
Right. It does not move the needle one bit forward, right? If somebody says I'm a Bantu, whatever like that, right? Is he inviting fellow Bantus like in the Congo? Is that's a Bantu? That's the ultimate Bantu stand is the Congo, right? But everybody's uncle is raping the Congo out of his minerals and everything. How many so-called Bantus like us are in there partaking in the Congo? None. Yeah, Mr. Rosenthal in there with the gold, whatever, but for the most part, have we made the Congo Bantu kingdom, whatever like that, we could build to a highest level? No. So what's the point of talking about all this? You know, the Bantus so important, right? Why is it that we're still doing business with Europeans when they got sanctions on Zimbabwe? Is Zimbabwe the ultimate Bantu kingdom? You know. You know, what is it? What have this all done for building the black race up? Not a damn thing. You know, it's all talk, it's what we call the Hotep shuffle, you know. You know, you think we're gonna get a little bit more under white supremacy if we just become Bantu? No. You know, as long as the white man and the Chinese and everybody else is dominating our homeland and whatnot, and none of this means a damn thing to anybody. And that's the truth. As long as the white man is dominating the world, as long as there's no trade between the Caribbean, Africa, and everything like that, you know, we consume trillions of dollars worth of goods and services, right? You know, from airline tickets to cars, you know. But how much of that money that we spend every year goes into black businesses? Very little, if not any. So what is calling ourselves another thing, identity, going to do for us? Well, maybe I'm missing something here, you know? What is that going to do for us? You know, what is another identity going to do for us, you know? Besides more mediocrity and division and everything. Well, you got the Asians and everything like that, you know, taking over the world. You know, you think the Chinese and the Koreans, South Koreans building a $50 billion smart city or not, which they're going to basically compete for the best minds in Asia to come and live and everything. You think they're thinking about all this? Who's a Korean? What's a Korean indigenous? I don't know. Who knows what their ancestors were 10,000 years ago? You know, why are we still talking about tribal shit? You know, they're in the modern world. When they understand, when they walk down the street, you can't tell they're Korean, Vietnamese, Chinese from each other. All they know, that man's going there to do business and everything, you know, and they're building Asia to that point. Same thing with the Europeans. When you go to Europe, you're not going to just, when you go to Germany, you know, you're going to see Italians there. You're going to see Swedes there. You're going to see Norwegians there. You know, you'll see Australians there. They don't look at it and say, oh, you're American, well, maybe a little bit, but for the most part, they're civilized. When are we going to become civilized and build a civilized society? A black civilization, a black civilized society. When is that going to happen? You know? Judah says original Bantus are Cameroonians. I don't know where he got that from. Judah, can you basically show us a book where that's stated?
Yeah, Judah, you keep on foolishness. I'm gonna block you.
You know,
you can't just run off foolishness here. You got to bring some facts. And so,
yeah, where's the book at? Where's the book? Where's that reference at? You know, I can look the book up. Omar Spencer says, I think we could discuss renting furnished apartments and guest house and library for 30 days. Much that. Yeah, man, that's a great idea. You know, people are already doing it. I would suggest West Africans or not. No one said West Africans are Bantus, you know. No one said West Africans are Bantus, you know. No one cares, you know. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, what you call rental property in Liberia is high. That's a really good thing to invest in Liberia. But I would suggest that before you do that, right, get your feet wet and go there for yourself and rent some properties out to get a feel of it. You know, rental properties are really, really going good in Liberia. You know, people come and rent Airbnbs and they go stuff like this, you know, and it's really, really a lucrative business if you ever got into it in Liberia. You know, I would suggest you partner with local Liberians and far as like renovating houses and stuff like that for Airbnb, because Liberia has hotels and everything like that, but not enough. You know, so rental properties and bed and breakfast and stuff like that is a really, really good thing, because there's a lot of people coming to Liberia and everything like that. Sometimes they need houses and rental property and everything like that. And hotels are always booked up and everything, you know. So, yes, that's a really good idea, you know, as far as like getting involved in that part of that real estate operation in Liberia, you know. So, yes. So, yeah. You know, getting into real estate in Liberia is a very good idea, you know, very good idea, lucrative, you know, so I'm all for that. If somebody wants to do that, I'm all for that. I wonder, because Judah today said us continental Africans. So how is it that Judah says that continental Africans are Africans, right? Right. When you go, it says African Americans, Caribbeans, I don't consider them Africans, right? But only on the continent. So in other words, basically, you say West Africans aren't Bantus, but now you're saying, but this afternoon you were saying they are Africans and that we're not Africans, but now you're saying that they're not Bantus, right? What is the difference, you know? And then when you get them,
yeah, brother, you can come on. You know, you have a pass today to come on. Come on and talk with, you know, talk with Uncle Kala.
Unless you're scared. You know, unless you're scared. You don't want that smoke. So all of this is division, you know. I've never seen so much division in my life when you know. No one's talking about how we could build a continent and everything. Everybody just basically talk about that little fiefdom, you know. You know. Everybody talk about that little fiefdom. my little part of the world and whatnot, you know, like, dude, what does that got to do with anything? You know, the continent's suffering. We got Cameroonian people getting their ass whooped in Tunisia right now, you know? You know, they're getting their ass stomped in Tunisia. You know? We got people, Cameroonians, who are getting deported. Let me play this video, Bomani. We'll show you the video. You know, Cameroonians who are trying to, who are getting deported. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you. All right, just send it to you. They said, hell with that. I ain't going back to Cameroon, you know. I ain't going back to Cameroon. They look what happened to them, man, you know. There's got to be a better way. Hey, you ain't sending me back to no damn Cameroon, you know. So,
yeah, Judea's laughing, but he, you know, hey, how about you jump on and talk with Carla? We're gonna close out, you know, very shortly, and it's one of those things where, you know, Carla had a great presentation.
How could Judah help his fellow Cameroonians in Germany right now? Play that video, Bomani.
All right.
Africans in Germany jump out of the bus taking them to the airport for deportation.
Yo! Yo! And people ain't playing, man. They risk their life and anything.
They said, man, hell with that shit. You ain't deporting my ass, you know.
Judah, what's up with your folks, man? Judea.
What's up with that, bro?
Yo, that was wild.
He says you blocked them. You ain't blocked.
Nah, I didn't block them. What I do is put them on timeout. They keep on saying that. If I'm blocking you while you're commenting.
That's what I'm saying. If you were blocked, you wouldn't be able to comment.
I'll remove you off the child's list. Yeah. So I already told him that before. Again, either he's retarded or just make another fake account. That's what you trolls do anyway. Now, how did you call in the last time, genius?
Yeah, he called in the other night, you know. What the hell, you know?
Pull him my leg. Yes, Carla. So I'm gonna play something inspirational for all of the people, them, and this should be good. Inspiration. Some people just need some inspiration. Let's see how that goes. And Judea and anybody else, I even went back to that list. I'm gonna go through it again to make sure trolls like yourself are not blocked.
I want to get into this with you a little bit.
Yes, let's get into it.
I want to get into this with you a little bit. Obama. Oh, yes. Do you or do you not take the stance? He didn't do nothing for black people. Interestingly enough, not enough black.
Yeah, what happened to the sound? Remind me, the sound's out.
Do the very thing that helped America maintain her superiority over the very people that she enslaved. I'm not going to give you the thing that validates the evil that I did to you, put you in a position to do it, and then make myself look bad. It's not.
All right, let's run it back. Here we go.
I want to get into this with you a little bit. Obama. Oh, yes. Do you or do you not take the stance? He didn't do nothing for black people. Interestingly enough, not enough black people have researched what he actually has or has not done. The thing is, he didn't do the thing that he should have done, which is what everybody's mad about, which is reparations. No black man would become president of the United States of America and do the very thing that helped America maintain her superiority over the very people that she enslaved. I'm not going to give you the thing that validates the evil that I did to you, put you in a position to do it, and then make myself look bad. It's not happening. I'm not going to give you reparations, and I'm damn sure I'm not going to let a black man do it. He would have been assassinated. Come on, man. To be very clear. There's a layer as to how this works. One, he was selected before he was elected. Two, he's in the same seat that Nixon was in, same seat that Reagan was in, same seat that JFK was in. You think the seat changes? No. Just because you put a black face on white supremacy doesn't make it black supremacy. No, the seat doesn't change. This is the modern Rome, the modern Babylon. This is the modern Sodom and Gomorrah. He did not have the power to change this system. When a president is selected, when they go into the White House, there are already a preset number of things and items that are to be done underneath that president's regime. Certain things that they put down that they want to be done under this person. Under Obama, kill Muammar Gaddafi. Under Obama, initiating the gay marriage circumstance. Like, now, does he need to take responsibility for his part? Absolutely. But he also is up against the very same system that enslaved our people. So I want us to make it very clear. We have to put things in context when we talk. He was not the Superman who became the black man who's going to do everything. Black people in Congress, 535 members are going to let him do this. All of these racist white people are going to let him do this. It's not going to happen. Even if he really wanted it to happen, it wasn't going to happen. And this is what I need people to get. He was called for to be assassinated. They put up pictures, photoshopped and edited pictures of Obama as a witch doctor with a bone in his nose, him as a monkey, Michelle as a monkey, his two children as a monkey. They called him and her monkeys congresspersons. I'm talking about sitting at the time congresspersons. They were so racist, so wicked. Brother, I'm talking about, to this day, white folks right now all over Twitter are saying Michelle Obama is a man. Wait a minute, let me make this very clear. To you black folks who run with that nonsense, the embarrassing side of this is you're allowing white people to utilize your emotions to benefit a white supremacist argument by saying, oh, she's a man, blah, 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 while at the same time not realizing that's exactly what they used to say to your ancestors, to your people all the time. They would attack black women just like they're doing now, but they're doing it by you helping them. I would never side with white people against my people. We want what we need to have that will not come by us going through the system. We think we can get it by going into his system. See, the real reality, brother, is we have wanted justice for so long, not realizing you don't go to your slave master to ask for freedom. You separate and establish it for yourself. That's why you have your own schools, your own banks, your own grocery stores, your own transportation system, your own everything. If we don't get justice from this system, like the Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, if we cannot live in peace among you, among this system that is predominantly dominated by white people, then we must separate into our own. All these other people have their own thing, and they are not running around crying all day. Why? Because they have their own. They have their own everything. The problem is we don't want to focus more on unity and separation versus us focusing on some way to, like you said, take our hat off and go hat in hand to beg the white man for something else. When the reality is we have enough millionaires, we have enough athletes, we have enough actors, we have enough people in positions of authority, or at least with enough money, to where we can come together and buy up acres of land, build our own schools, and we have our own schools. We need more of them. Our own grocery stores, our own everything, to where we quite literally don't even need that system like that. We do have some black people in political positions. We got to put more pressure on them. So at a certain point, it's like we can't keep pointing at this one person or point at the same system that does what it does. I'm not going to get pissed off at a snake for biting me. It's a snake. Obama was in a den, a house of snakes, and you expected him to be able to handle all that by himself, when the reality is, yes, we were disappointed. We were shouting, yes, we can in 2008. I voted for him.
I voted for him twice, and you echoed it. He has done things for black people.
My uncle was one of those who were pardoned by Obama. My uncle had 2 life sentences. Obama released him along with a laundry list of other people. But you want things to be perfect when it's a black man. When it's a white man, it's okay, things are broken. Oh, we're making excuses, whatever, let's move on. The problem is you want perfection. He was not going to be able to do anything perfect at all. He was barely able to do anything to begin with. Was it a partial psychological game that the enemy was playing? Absolutely. Goldman Sachs helped to sponsor and fund his campaign. He had a lot of people behind him on both sides, because like you said, it was a white and a black vote that got him in, obviously. But there were people playing games and using him to do certain things that were not good. But they used him to do what they wanted. Like you said, Congress and international bankers and things. So we can't just put it all on him. You got to remember the seat that he's in. And it's not justifying, because he does have to take responsibility for the negatives. If he has to take responsibility for that, we have to be able to applaud the good. We can't just attack him. Like I told people when they were looking at me when I was in political science class, I wanted to be mayor of Compton. I told the mayor of Compton this. When I won an award by the mayor and city council, I shook his hand And I told city council, and I told him, I said, I'm going to be the mayor of Compton one day. He looked shocked. I said, no, it's going to happen. Because I thought the best way to help our people was to go into politics, become the mayor, become a senator, and become president. That's what I thought. I was so wrong. When I learned in my first class of political science, when they explained that politics is not controlled by those who vote, politics is controlled by those who have the money and the power to control. And at that point, that let me know that I will never be able to go and help my people in the way that I want to by going through that system. Obama, just like many others, believe in that system. They believe in it so much they are willing to fight to maintain and not realizing it was not developed nor created to maintain or sustain the survival of your people. It was maintained to create and sustain someone else's survival. We have to establish our own, and that system will respect us as they see us doing our own damn thing and protecting our own thing. Tulsa was one of the over 60 all-black towns that we had, bro. And the problem is we don't want to do it again because psychologically we fear that the white man's going to blow it up again. Not realizing it's 2023, we can protect what we got. So stop being so damn afraid and just do it rather than pointing at the few black people who we don't agree with or this person, Obama. I get all that. But if we want to take it serious, if there will be another black president, okay. If there won't, fine. We have to do our own thing at the end of the day. We can't keep pointing over there because they're going to do what they're going to do. We need to do what we need to do.
There's only one problem, right? They still talk about doing it right here. You know, if you want all that stuff like that, you say you need a land of your own. It's not going to happen inside the borders of the United States. What part of that does Islam, the Nation of Islam, don't get? They're going to keep talking this. It's like, it's almost like, all right, they see black people are they're always using the black people that's left behind or whatever like that to basically say, okay, you know, we need to do this. You know, what's this we stuff, right? If you're gonna do it, let's do it all together. Let's not talk about, oh, we're gonna do it right here in America. How are you really gonna build a transportation system without the federal government, right? How are you gonna build your own communication system? How are you gonna build your own hospital system? How are you gonna do that inside the United States? You know, so he's talking a bunch of nonsense and everything like that. You know, black people as individuals do well in America. Collectively, group effort, there's a little we can do besides the Buy Black movement. You know. And support black businesses. That's all we can do. You know, support each other in that way. But as far as like, oh, we're going to be independent and inside of America, that's not going to happen, you know? What part of that don't they understand? What they should be saying is we should have our own state on the African continent, that we can have all those things from the top to the bottom, right? And the United States government should support that and fund that, you know? So let's see what Judea has to say.
Yes, greetings, Almighty Judea. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. What's on your mind tonight? You seem to like trolling us every night. Go ahead, the floor
can
is
you
yours.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Oh man, I'm just out here to say, shout out, man. You guys are doing a great job, man. Uniting the continent, that's good. You know, we look up to it. You know what I'm saying? It's a great thing, man. We appreciate what you guys are actually doing, you know. Yeah, you know, that's why we come here and support, man. I always, you know, go where, you know, people talk and want to listen to them. You know, I come here to support. I show support to your channel, man, you know. You know, sometimes we might have disagreement, but it doesn't mean we are against what you guys are doing. You know, sometimes we disagree to agree. So, you know, it's
Well,
a
that's
good
perfect,
thing.
Judea. Well, I want you to start by sending a super chat and and sending a nice comment. That's how you can pledge your love.
Look, just me coming here, man, and sharing my support to you,
No,
man,
brother.
is only a
Guys,
big, you know what I'm saying?
guys like yourself make all this money. Show some love to the operation. You know me. I support black-owned business. So it's going to be spent with a black-owned business and spent with our people to do business. So come on, I've never seen you give a super chat anywhere. Come on. Take one of those platinum cards you have and add it.
Let me ask you a question, Judah. On Kaiser's show, right? Like Nigerians gave him a lot of money because he was singing their tune the other night. So he made a lot of money with the Nigerians. But the people, like I give Kaiser or super chats, is mostly Black Americans who give him super chats. How come that you never see African brothers giving donations? So I've never seen two Nigerians.
No. The Nigerians gave him more super chat that night, almost $1,000 than the Americans. So come on, man. Look, giving super chat.
But who supports Kaiser consistently? We do. You know, that was just one night.
Yeah, but I mean, these things don't matter, man. Like, you know, people are out to listen to the messages that we share on the panel. You know, most of the time the super chat comes in based on who are on the panels and stuff like that. So, you know what I'm saying? You're not just gonna share super chat and don't listen to people talk. That's why people invite me to their channel, because once I get on it, you know, some kinds of super chat get on it. You know what I'm saying? So,
So people in super chat because of Judah. So you're bringing Kaiser the money.
I'm not saying that, but you know, I mean, we are African. We support each other, man. You know what I'm saying? So, look, man, but this is the thing I was talking about, you know, like the way African continent is divided between the Fulanis, the Bantus, the South, the South West African, Saudi Nigers and Nigers and all these, you know, other groups. These are big groups on the African continent. You cannot kick against it. So during the slave trade, it was mostly the Bantus that were captured and sold to the Europeans and the Americans. But this is the thing: when we see people that are coming back, they are not claiming to be Bantus; they're claiming to be some kind of Nilotics or some kind of Saudi Nigers. Like Saudi Nigers are the people that are below the River Niger. That's from Nigeria all the way to the Guinea, and the people that are upper Kopal, the Fulanis, those people. And the Bantus are people from Cameroon all the way down to South Africa and stuff. So, but the guy that made that TikTok video was saying that most of the groups that were taken fall along the coast of the Angolan, Cameroon, and Nigeria, and all of that, all the way probably down to Namibia and stuff. But we don't see this happening, right? People don't, you know, they are not capturing that entire. They are not seeing that part of the continent as, oh, we come from there. So, you know, we the Bantus have decided to stay, since the Bantus are the original people of Africa anyway, we have decided to say these people are not part of us. They should go and claim they are West African and stuff like that if they want to, you know. But we as Bantus, we are claiming to work together with our own brothers and sisters that are on the continent. And that was just a little point that, you know, I wanted to share. But all the way, man, Africans have to still work together despite the fact that we have these, you know, Fulanis, Bantus, Saudi Nigers. We still have to work together on the continent, you know. And Color Genesis, you've been my guy, man. You know, I've seen your forwardness, you know, talking about how you want Africa to unite and African. That's a good thing, man. That's good, you know. At least we're learning from, you know, people that have that vision of unity as well, you know, because divided we fall, you know, united we stand. So that's a good thing, you know, uniting with people that have the same ideology of developing Africa. And not just saying, oh, you know, let's divide. I mean, you know, but as time goes on, you know, as time goes on, that unity is gonna come. But now there's a whole lot of just, you know, people are so divided. We are divided on religion, on a whole lot of different things, and you know, language, and a whole lot of difference, man. Unity is gonna be hard to unite the whole African, especially. So that's why people are talking of blocks, you know, Bantus uniting with Bantus, you know, Saudi Nigerians and the people in West Africa and the East. And yeah, that's what it is, because it's going to be hard to say, oh, you want to unite Africa, North, South, East, West, Central. So, yep.
Well, I hear that, but my thing is, like I said, I understand all these divisions and everything like that. And they're real, you know, people are real. And I do believe the division comes from because Africa is not developed. If Africa had a middle class and it was developed, industrialized, and we had a working middle class and everything like that, and we had a more urbanized cosmopolitan culture that dominates, that's the dominant culture in Africa, I don't think these divisions will be there, you know. I don't think the division is there. I just think that the problem in Africa, and for the most part, is poverty and underdevelopment. And if you get rid of that, you know, and if Africa really is serious about developing, things will change. You know, things will change overnight. But you know, but I'm looking at how the Gambia allowed the Lebanese to be their main importers and everything like that, you know. But yet, you had a Gambian guy talk about Black Americans in the Gambia causing trouble, and that's really disheartening, you know. And I know
Yeah, I
Black
mean, you see, like the small Black American population that comes in cause more trouble than the Lebanese that have been there for so long, right? It tells you now that there's a different way Africans on the continent see African Americans. You know, if
Let me
you
ask
see the
you, let me
Lebanese
ask you,
coming in,
Lebanese on social media telling you how they really feel, because they're not on social media. If they really, like, you know, was saying, you heard them say their racist stuff, or see what they say to African women and stuff like that, like Africa, how they treat African women, like prostitutes and stuff like that. And the Gambia, you have a sex tourism going on and stuff like that, where young children are exploited and everything like that. And no one seems to be upset over that, but they get upset over stuff like Art Cathy, the Bag family, and place like that. That's I just don't really understand. Or they're upset about another African ethnic group that's there. Like, let me give you an example. Right now, the Fulanis are the most hated group in West Africa. Why? Fulanis have a long history of trade. You know, if you look at their history, the Fulanis are descendants from the Dayula. The Dayula go back a couple thousand years. They're West African traders. They lived in different cities, and they traded the goods between Timbuktu, Kano, and all these other places. So in the modern world, they're doing the same thing, but now they're using cell phones and everything. And so the Fulanis are shining in places like Sierra Leone and Liberia and everything. And recently in Liberia, a Fulani man was murdered, you know, just for being a Fulani, because he was a successful businessman. You know, but all the time, the Lebanese are not touched. The Indians are not touched. And all stuff like this. And we, Black America, we don't seem to understand why that is. You know, why we're so quick, why Africans are so quick to turn on people who sort of look like them, share the same phenotypes and genetics. Then
I live in America, right? The same thing that you could say Black people murder other Blacks, you know, for running their businesses, but they are not touching the Chinese. It's the same thing, you know. Just say the Fulani guy was robbed, maybe he got money, he owned a business, you know, they kill him because,
the guy was murdered, and he said, I murdered him because he's a Fulani. He said it, you know?
But this is the thing, Fulanis have also, they are not only good in business, they have also sponsored some of the murders that is happening on the continent. Especially, you know, they have
murders.
Huh?
Would you say they're responsible for what?
They have also sponsored some of the murders, some of the crimes that have happened on the continent. If you see what is happening in Nigeria and Cameroon, and recently even in Ghana, we're chasing out. Go ahead.
No, some people say it's the Igbos that are mostly the criminals in Nigeria. That's what people say.
Yeah. I mean, in some countries, but if you see what is happening in Nigeria, even out of the sudden, Ghana. I mean, if you go on the news or DW Africa, this German channel, they were talking about how Ghanaians are chasing out Fulanis that came from Burkina Faso in the north of. So it's just, I mean, you're talking about unity, but it's not even happening on the continent because it's all this divide, you know. Of course, yeah, Fulanis are Africans, they are Black, but now people value the Lebanese more than even their own people, more than even the Fulanis and stuff. Then what about African Americans? So we value like different people that do not look like us, and that's a problem. You know, that's a problem. I mean, in Liberia, you see what is happening. You know, in Ghana, it's the same thing in Nigeria and Cameroon.
Let me tell you about Liberia. For the most part, you got in Liberia, you see a lot of Liberians owning a lot of top businesses. You know, it's not like or other places where I see the top hotels are owned by.
One of my friends told me that Lebanese control Liberian market squares in certain shops, and of course,
yeah. And you go down to which are Randall Street, you'll see nothing but Liberians owning everything.
Exactly.
You know,
It's the same like that in all African. Just because the Gambian guy was saying that Lebanese, it doesn't mean Gambians do not also have businesses. They do.
what I'm saying is this is what I'm saying, Judah. I'm saying that the Lebanese own certain business. Now, you know what the Lebanese do in Liberia? They own a lot of like the ShopRites and the modern stuff. And like I said, I'm not mad at them because, like I said, sometimes like I like going to a modern supermarket where it's air conditioned inside, and I'm like, and also, no, I'm serious. And also, you go in there and I see the food, the fish, like with the fish thing, right? You know, it's been caught by local Africans, you know. And so, and a lot of this stuff.
Why do you go there and patronize the Lebanese shops?
No, but I go in there and buy African food, though.
Yeah, but they own the shop, though.
But it does not matter. They're so also integrated into the African culture. And also, all the people that's working there are local Liberians. You know, you have Lebanese there.
Okay, but this is my question. If you check the Lebanese population, the Lebanese are not even up to 20 million in population in Lebanon, right? And they're in all African continent. How comes African Americans with over 45 million population are not replacing the Chinese? Why do you guys do a lot of talking, but there's no action behind it?
Let me tell you why. Because Black America, right, are here in America, right? And the bottom line is this, though, it's only going to be a few of us that's going to be able to go there. Remember, so Lebanese and Chinese are third world people, you know?
Right.
And let me give you an example, right? Perfect what I'm talking about, right? Where I was staying at, the compound I was staying at, right? The hotel I was staying at was owned by the Parker family, but it was leased by Indian people, real nice people, right? Had a black lady working there, everything like that, right? So the compound was a hotel, right? Nice hotel and everything I was staying at, right? But the other side of the compound were warehouses and everything right there. And he had a Bangladeshi Indian guy, dark Indian guy there, right? And a Chinaman there, right? And I'm saying to myself, right, whatever the Chinaman was doing, like he was fixing up his thing, he's about to do some business. Whatever he's about to do is he's gonna make. You can tell he's gonna make some money. The Bangladeshi guy had a borehole truck, you know, that he parked out front, right, in the daytime, right, with the sign. And that borehole truck was the biggest truck I've ever seen in my life, man. My thing was like, damn, you get run over by that thing, god damn. So anyway, I seen some people that came there one day. And they looked like they were like obviously American Liberian types or whatever like that. They had a nice brand new SUV, and the Bangladeshi guy got in the car with them and they went someplace, you know. So I'm assuming that they took them someplace to probably some property that they want borehole. And the guy said he makes like $3,000 for every job, you know, borehole.
Dang.
This Bangladesh, but the thing is, this guy is, if you look at the way he's living at, you know. He has one shop where he stays at, right? I think it's just a bed and whatever, and the other side is his shop, right? And on the guard, we have the guarded gate and everything like that, right? In the compound, right? I'm saying to myself, the advantage these people have, they're coming from third world countries, like they can adjust to that life. You're not gonna find Black African Americans that's gonna will to do that, right? The Chinaman, you know, everyone's gonna do, you know. Evidently he's going to make some money. He's probably in construction, whatever like that. He has a wife there, and he had two shops right there back to back, right? And I heard a lot of working, I heard banging and everything. They were fixing it up inside and everything. But the property that we were on was owned by a Liberian family, you know, the Parkers, you know. And so the bottom line is, I was saying is, you know, the African American, right? You know, for the most part, right? Now I always say, that if you really, if somebody really wanted to do that, right? Let's say if somebody is African American, wants to try his hand and bring some bulldozers and excavators over or not, they can go to Liberia.
Exactly.
And do it. But the thing is, though, that's hard to sell. Now I know there's a couple of African American guys that I know in Liberia, but they're retired, you know, and they got the construction company. They have bulldozers, excavators, and they build roads. But this guy's retired. He has a 401k, you know. You know, it's the Lebanese and all these other people, right? You know, they have a much lower, Indians, they got a lower standard of living, right? Even in America, right? The Indian guys, right, will live in that, when you see them having a gas station and people get jealous, but what you don't see is for 10 years, they're living in that gas station.
Right.
You know, they're living in that hotel. I remember this guy, Nez, right? he used to own this place in Ocean View, Norfolk, right? Called the Beach Pub, right? And I used to go there. It was a real redneck thug. It was like the worst of the worst. That's my partying days. But he owned that place, right? And also he owned his business owned the hotel right next door because people used to go there. They used to go over there, you know, wherever going like that. But the thing is, one day I went over to the hotel, right? And one of the rooms, right, I seen this old Indian lady and I guess his mother, whatever, like living there. And the Indians, they'll live in. And all of a sudden, he told me that he's saving to build his house. It took like 6 years, and they finally got a house, you know. But he had to pay back loans and everything like that to the people who financed him, you know. And so, therefore, like I said, it's hard to compete against that when you have African Americans are cursed with a high standard of living, you know. That's how
Right. So that's why they cannot go to Africa and meet the living standard in Africa. That's what you mean, right? So this is the thing. Is that a problem or not? So instead of the talking that we do,
if now what could happen, right, is that what happens is look how the Indian. We got a new guy on the thing.
Let me let new brother.
Well, let me say this one point before you commit to my mind, right? The Indians, when they go to a country, right, they usually have a system, like a pecking order, right? They'll have the Patels and everything like that. They'll have one major businessman, a hotel magnate, a banker, or wherever like that, right? And following them are small businesses and everything like that, you know, down the line, shop owners and everything like that. So they have a whole entire network together, you know.
So since how you know how the Indians do it, how not come up with that program where you could also do it?
Well, let me say this, right? We have African Americans who go to Africa, right, and they do really well, right? But they're not. We don't practice what we preach. We don't go over there and say, "I'm going to bring African American community and a support system and everything." That did not happen in South Africa, right? With like Blacks Without Borders, everything. You got these black millionaires that went to South Africa and got rich and everything. But they didn't build a community or bring people around. Eugene Jackson tried, right, to bring some more people around. I think he did. He managed to get some people to come over and live with him and whatnot. But as far as like building a community and whatnot, we really don't have a community in America, right? So how can we port a community over to Africa, you know? So that's the problem. Indians, all these people have a community. They'll come and say, okay, this guy's going to come over. He's a baker. This guy's a plumber, like that. And they'll get work and they have a support system, you know? Whereas the African Americans, like we go to Africa, right? Like Bomani, he has to use local people, you know, stuff like that. So there's not that system set up where we can bring people over in numbers and everything like that. So.
An excellent caller. Well said, brother. Appreciate it, Brick. Appreciate you, man. So, family, we have a new caller on Diaspora and African News Info Connect. Greetings, family. Welcome to the call. What's on your mind?
How you doing?
Let's go.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to touch on Jude. What Jude was saying in regards to the Lebanese and you know, the Fulanese as well, you know. I mean, in regards to like Lebanese people, they're well connected. You know, they are well connected from their country of origin. So obviously, whenever they go anywhere, you know, they can assemble much more better. They can assemble, they can network much more better. So they got a much more effective network. Now, what you've got to understand, yeah, is that they got people in government that support them. Yeah, they got funds, yeah, from back at home, yeah, government funds. So they're well connected. So in that term, it helps. The problem with obviously, like most African Americans, yeah, it's like, you know, they're not this, the elites, yeah, are not well connected. I don't think they're well connected to the normal average, you know, average people, to obviously give them some type of a backbone, like a strong backbone where they can go overseas and do business. Do you understand? They don't have a real sponsor, like. So I think that's some of the problems there. That's why you see most like Lebanese when they go overseas to countries like West Africa and, you know, countries around there. That's why they do so well, because they got a strong backbone. You know, these guys, they got government officials supporting them and all types of things. You know, I mean, when it comes to like the Fulani, I don't have nothing. I ain't got nothing. I'm all for black people getting together. Yeah, I'm all for black people from whatever tribe you're from, because you know all that. I think all that all this tribalistic behavior is just nonsense. You understand? We're trying to move forward as a people. You know, we're trying to go places. We're trying to move forward from the past. So I mean, in regards to the Fulanis, they're people who are, let's just say, they're from my own personal, like, you know, my own personal thoughts. Yeah, they are nomadic. So nomadic meaning obviously people that like to move around. Yeah, so basically they are people of opportunity. They're opportunist, basically. Yeah, they're opportunist. They like to move about. So they've been doing that for thousands of years. They've been moving around the continent thousands and thousands of years, and basically, you know, whatever opportunity comes up, they tend to be around. You know, in Nigeria as well, obviously, where their type of the way they live, yeah, is, as I've said, they're nomadic. So to me, I find it hard how they've been obviously elected. There is so much of them elected into government official places, especially in West Africa, yeah, in Nigeria and places like Senegal and so forth. Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to understand, you know, why there is so much of them elected into government officials, yeah, into these elite positions. Because obviously with them, they are people of a nomadic. They're not interested in one place. Do you understand? They're not people that to be invested, yeah, in one spot. That's not their lifestyle. Their lifestyle is to move around. That's what nomadic is.
No. Can I answer? When you talk of Fulanese, I mean, you have countries like Guinea. Fulanese are stable. I mean, when they say nomadic, it doesn't just mean all of them just move around. There are some that are into school and all these things. You know, only
No,
the ones that are not, most of them are now into schooling and doing businesses. You know, I know Fulanese that I went to school with. They are well
yeah,
educated. You
yeah.
know, some are even
Look,
journalists. Some are,
that's
let me
fine.
finish. Some are even journalists in my place. When you say why do they even how do they? Of course, I mean in some countries Fulanis dominate the other tribes in those countries, so they have the right to be in power. And you
Okay,
mentioned another. Let me finish, brother. Let me just make this other statement. You mentioned another statement that when the Indians and the Lebanese come to Africa, they have been, you know, their government support them. No, I don't think so, because when Africans come to United States and they are doing business, the African government does not support it. You work hard, or maybe you save your money and go into Africa and do business. Nobody support anybody. This is just a hoax. It's not a reality, because a Lebanese is not going to tell you. Maybe they have policies that maybe come back and maybe take loan in this country, and then when you go and do business in that country, you start paying back your loans. That's something that African Americans could also do in the banks that is run by black people in America. Maybe take loans in America, then go over to Africa and do businesses, and then start paying back. People do that, but it's not like the government support their own people. That's not it.
So, Jude, do you think Nigerians that go overseas, they don't have a network? Do you think Nigerians that go overseas to America, what you think they got a network, my friend?
A network of what?
They got a network, yeah? They got a network of like a structure. Do you understand? It's not just
no. I mean, you are confusing between economic. You are confusing between economic immigrants and people that goes like diplomat. I mean, come on, man. Cameroonians that come here, there's no network. There's no. You come here and pay for yourself, and the business that you do is based on what you do. Go ahead.
It's not individually. It's collectiveness. Yeah. What Nigerians got over there in the States, it's a collective thing. Do you understand? Individually, you won't be that successful. Do you understand?
No, brother. I mean,
no, you wouldn't. Because if you're just working individually, you won't have that much of an impact.
When they come here, that is when they create a union, because they live in a state where they don't have their own people, so they unite within them and create that union within them. But coming from Africa into here is not a collective thing.
Before they're going, they got a network. Yeah, that's what makes Nigerians what they are.
Okay, when I came to United States, right, I had to find out if Cameroonians are living in the place that I'm going. Any Cameroonian that lives in the state is the same as me. I mean, tribe doesn't matter then, because they live in a country where you are not familiar with anybody. It's the same like Nigerians. If they are traveling, they go to any city, they say, who's a Nigerian? It don't matter if it's a Fulani Nigerian, a Yoruba, or Igbo. This is how it is. But it's not a connection.
And also, let me say this, right, about the Lebanese and everything like that. Lebanon basically makes all its money in West Africa, right? All its money that it takes. And not only that, it has a kicker, right? A lot of the projects that's done in Africa, construction and stuff like that, the African Development Bank, right? A lot of Africans, even in the countries like Nigeria, don't qualify, let's say, to do a major road project and stuff like that, right? So they have to outsource it to the Lebanese and everything like that, who basically will subcontract it out to Europeans, whatever like that. They get the contract because they got all the paperwork and backing, everything from the Lebanese government, everything. The African Development Bank, when I ask who gets most of the loans to do development in Africa, it's not Black Africans. It sounds good, African Development Bank, right? But the bottom line is those banks are underwritten and funded by the World Bank and different donors and everything. And they're not going to give that loan to people who aren't qualified to do it. And so what I'm saying is, if Africans work together and get their stuff in order and everything, like unfortunately, in Nigeria has the largest number of unfinished projects, in the world, what they call white elephant projects.
Right.
They'll start a project and the money gets siphoned off, or another new administration comes in, they just loot all the money and everything. So it's a bad track record. So what they do is a lot of Nigerians, right, will bring in the Brazilians in, the Germans in, and the Germans just recently, the Brazilians, the Germans told Nigerians, what you guys want as far as electrical grid, when you guys want us to guarantee a certain amount of contracts to Nigerians who are not qualified, they said, hell no. They said, no, we're going to do this, right? Over time, if you're qualified, we'll give it to you. But Nigerians wanted contracts, right, just because they're a chief or like that, and just who their name is. The Germans said, no, we're not going to play that game, right? We're going to do this thing, right? And then when a qualified Nigerian comes in, we'll outsource or we'll horizontally integrate you into this project. We're not going to give out guarantee thing. And the bottom line is Nigeria said, what's our money? But the bottom line is, we're doing the work.
Let me just make a statement, right? You see how let me just finish, but let me give you, you see how African Americans are on the continent right now. The ones that are traveling to Africa, don't you think they're going to create connections with the ones that are already there? Of course, they're going to create it. That's how, when they go there, they already have people in Ghana that they meet, because they have these people.
That's
It's
what
the
I'm
same thing
saying.
Africans that are living from different African countries. It's the same thing like the Lebanese. It's the
That's
same thing.
what we're saying.
That's what I'm giving. It's the same thing like the
They got a
Lebanese.
strong
It's the same thing like
backbone.
the Indian.
That's what
Right.
we're
I mean,
trying to
but
say.
every person
Let me
does.
talk now.
It's just that we Africans are weak, or we black, or we are weak. Our strong bone does not develop anything. The Indians do it and they develop and they build businesses. The Lebanese do it and they build businesses when they connect with their own people. We Africans, or blacks, we do not build anything. That's the thing.
Now, what you call let me give you an example. Like in a lot of black people in America, right, have this idea wrongly that when they go to Africa, oh, I don't want to link up with African Americans. I don't want to link up with African Americans, which is stupid. You know, they should be linking with people from their own country and everything, network together. But that does not happen because we believe in this version of Pan-Africanism. Just means, oh, I'm no longer African American. That's your strength, is who you are. Your identity is your strength, and you could be part of something, right? If you had like 500 African American businesses organized in Africa, West Africa, you would see it different. But there's not 500 people organized or centered around a common bank, a common infrastructure, a common medical system, working together on any high level thing. Everybody's just doing their own thing. They're in their own project, whatever like that. And nothing ever comes together because we believe in this. Once I get to the motherland, I'm free and I don't have to do nothing, you know? And the Fulanis and those other people, basically, no matter where they go, they link up with each other and everything like that, you know, and it's good for business, you know, but African Americans don't do that for the most part, you know?
Yeah, I mean, let me come in once again in regards to the, obviously we was touching on the Fulanis and everything else. Look, I've had some, you know, I've come across some Fulani people, you know, they're nice people, really, really good people, you know. But I mean, what Jude was saying, in regards to, yes, there is like Fulanis who are businessmen, so and so forth. No, I don't disagree with that. Look, I don't disagree. It's the modern times now, you know, people's like, you know, people's outlook or tribes' outlook change over time. Do you understand? So obviously there is businessmen, there's engineers, there's all these professionals. But if you look at their genesis of the Fulanis, yeah, what they are nomadic people, bruh. They're not people that like to, you know, they're not people that like to stay in one place. So that's their genesis. So obviously I understand in modern days, obviously things have materialized in a different way where, you know, there's business and there's, you know, some of them become businessmen, engineers and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So when you've got that type of genesis, yeah, it's like, you know, are you really gonna be focused on a spot? Like, are you really gonna be focused on one spot, such as Nigeria? Like, you know, for Nigeria to, you know, to like do well. Do you understand? Yeah. So it goes around a lot of things. It goes around history. Do you understand? So yeah.
What country are you? What country are you from?
I was born here. I'm third generation. I'm third generation.
Oh, but I mean, where's
where's
your generation from? Nigeria?
My people can trace their steps back to West Africa. They can trace their steps back. So my people can trace their steps back to, yes, Nigeria, yeah, and along them lines, Ghana and so on and so forth. Yeah.
You live in the UK?
Yeah, I live in London,
in the UK. Yeah. How come you don't know? Because most UK blacks know who their parents, their grandfathers, where they come from.
Look, a lot of us are different generations, you know. We all came here at different times. In the UK, we're very diverse. Some of us come out here, immigrated, you know, in the 1930s, yeah, in the 1960s.
But you're third generation, brother. It means you know your grandfather. You know your third generation. You should know exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. You should know exactly where your people came from.
That's why I pointed out to you.
You shouldn't be confused about, they are from Ghana, Nigeria. No, you shouldn't.
Yeah, that's why I pointed out to you from them places there. That's why I just pointed out to you. Yeah. But
No,
all
so you Nigerian, Ghanaian, or what?
it doesn't matter because over time we've like the way we live out here, yeah, it's a pot. Yeah, so there's Jamaicans, yeah, there is East Africans, yeah, there is West Africans, yeah, and we've all been to school together, yeah. So there's a mix of a pot. Do you understand? Yeah. So we interact with each other. Yeah. You have a Jamaican, you have a Ghanaian, maybe they have kids. Do you understand? It's like that. So we're all in a pot together.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's the same. I live in the state anyway. I'm from
So you
Cameroon,
understand
but
what I'm saying? So
I've
we are
actually
like
met third generation. Exactly, but I've
it's
actually
like a
met
mix.
third generation Cameroonians in America, and they actually know that their parents are from Cameroon because
Yeah,
you
that's good.
actually know. I mean, if you
Yeah,
have
yeah.
not been, I mean, you are not like African Americans who have been here for like Muslim doesn't know where they from.
Let me come in because you've not
Okay.
diversified. You've just stayed with Cameroons. Yeah, over here in the UK, we're diversified. It's like different blacks mixing with other blacks. That's what we got here. You see me? Yeah. So that's what we got. We got some Jamaicans. They'll be with Ghanaians. You got some Kenyans. They'll be with Nigerians. Yeah. So it's a it's a black type of it's a black mix.
So with that mixture, you cannot tell that. Oh, okay, my father is this, my mother is this. You cannot make that position.
Well, you can put some type of some type of round figure on it. Like you can put some type of that. You can say, oh yeah, my great grandma was from this place, like here, like you know what I'm saying, from Nigeria, or
But
from Kenya.
you don't know where your great grandfather from. You just say West Africa.
I pointed out two places to yourself. So I'm saying, yeah, you could say your great grandfather is from Kenya. So you can have that type of trace. But all I'm saying is our dynamics, yeah, out here, because we've been out here for ages. Yeah, black people
But
have
I
been out here.
understand you. But as a third generation, you shouldn't be confused like an African American who have like 400 years of, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. As a third generation, one shouldn't be confused like somebody that has been, for over 100 years generation.
Listen,
that makes no sense at all.
Listen,
It's okay.
It's not about confusion. Yeah, it's about if you understand what generation is as time goes on. Yeah, as time goes on, maybe in a couple of decades time, yeah, like 60 years time, 70 years time, your type of ways of thinking and doing stuff changes. Do you understand?
Exactly, but this is third generation though, bro. That's what I'm saying. I mean, at least your father, okay, it's okay. I mean, I don't want to go
Do you
there,
even
but
know
this
what
is
third
still,
generation is, Jude?
of
When
course,
I
of
say
course.
third
What do you mean?
generation, yeah, I
When
mean
you say third
someone.
generation,
Look, when I
when you
say
say
third
third
generation,
generation,
I
it
mean
means,
me, yeah. Look,
yeah,
I mean like, say, for example, if me, I've had a kid, yeah, and my kid has a kid as well,
right,
yeah,
of
yeah.
course.
That's what I mean. And my kid has another kid as well. Do you understand? That's
So,
what I'm
your
talking about
grandfather,
there.
you should actually, your grandfather makes you your third gen. That your grandfather is your third generation. You, your father, and your grandfather.
Sorry, come again.
Your grandfather makes you a third, like your father, and your
Yeah,
grandfather. That's what it
that's
is.
what it is.
So, but you
That's what it is.
actually don't know where
But
your
what I'm saying
grandfather
to
is
you,
from. So, I mean, you
what I'm
cannot be
saying to you,
confused when you're a third generation. You should actually pinpoint and say, yes, this is where I'm from. This is where I'm
it's
from.
not.
Even with that mixture. That's my question.
It's not about Jude. It's not about being confused. Like our dynamics here, yeah. As I was saying to yourself, our dynamics are a pot. There's a pot here of black people, different black people. So we don't just like say, oh yeah, I'm gonna be with Nigerians. We don't have like groups like, do you understand? Certain groups, or yeah, I'm with like it's a
Yeah,
dynamic.
yeah.
So we're all
From what
mixed
I've
together.
realized, Exactly, and then I've actually come to a conclusion that you're a Caribbean, because most Caribbeans get confused between where they are from or what mixture they have. Because an African, a Nigerian in the UK, a third generation, we actually say I'm Nigerian. A third generation Ghanaian, we actually say I'm Ghanaian.
Why would
But
that?
most of the time people,
Jude, did you just hear what I just said to you? I said it's a mixture. There's a pot. Do you understand? There's different backgrounds.
You could have that. This is the thing. You could have that mixture with you, quite all right. I know Cameroonians that have mixtures, but you go with who your father is. That is what you don't know about African. Of course, here you might have different, but African culture. There's this guy that they call Mbappe. Mbappe is actually going with who the father is, and he's going to Cameroon.
Look,
I mean,
he's understand. When I say third generation and generations, you don't understand what that means, my brother.
You just confirm that the third generation is you, your father, and your grandfather.
Look, listen here. Because, you could start off, saying, oh yeah, I'm gonna be with a Kenyan, then I'm gonna be with a Nigerian. Then,
but I understand, but based on your family, telling me that you don't know who your family is, that's the question. I mean, you can be with a Kenyan, be with a Nigerian.
Let me finish.
But based on your family, where is your family from?
Bro,
go ahead.
Let me finish. Yeah. So in your next generation, you could be with something completely different. Do you understand? That's the dynamics that we're working here. You could be with a Jamaican. Yeah, you could be with a British born, like a second generation British born. You could be like a British, and an African. So there is a mad diversity here. Do you understand? We have a mad mixing pot of blacks.
I understand it, but you're not answering my question. I know you have that diversity, but my point is, your father is from where? If you're still, what country is your father? What country was your grandfather? I mean, those two people behind you, you actually know where they come from, but you are still confused. I mean, it's not like it's 100 years ago. You have just 3 generations. Where is your father from? So you're telling me you don't know where your father is from, even despite the fact that he has all that mixture.
Jude, when we was first talking, I pointed out to you. Did I not point out to you a certain region?
No, you a certain region. I mean, for a person to point a certain region, it means
how you gonna pinpoint?
I mean, the region West African is big, man. It's not like saying you're an African American that you just point on a region.
Understand? Look, we're not trying to compare ourselves. What we've got here is a different thing compared to you. Do you understand? Yeah, we have a mixing pot here of different blacks that get together over generations. So you can have Jamaicans, you can have Nigerians, you can have British born here.
Let me ask Carla a question. Carla is a third generation person in America. Let me finish. Let me ask Carla is a third generation African. Actually don't know where he's from in America, Carla.
Well, I'm like this. This is how it was back in the days, right? Before like the modern era, right? There were very few Africans who migrated, but there was people from the Caribbean who migrated, and they immediately, the first thing they did was they moved into a black community, and they went to a black church, married into the black culture and everything. And people basically even, oh yeah, man, my great grandfather was from Barbados, or my great grandfather from Nigeria, or whatever like that, stuff like that. But they assimilated to the black society. Now, with this brother saying that from West Africa, remember time, something like Judah, remember time, a lot of times people come from West Africa. Remember something, the British, just because somebody's from Nigeria, don't mean Nigerian. Do you know how many Creole people from Sierra Leone were in Nigeria? You know, Fela Kuti is not actually Nigerian. He's actually of African American descent. People don't know that. And a lot of people that come from Jamestown in Ghana are actually sometimes they're from Brazil.
Thank you.
Like that. So in the British Empire, you gotta say something. A lot of times people don't know exactly where their forebears came from and stuff like that. So you got to understand that, you know. So when you come to into a white world, right, you don't understand it. You know, all that stuff like that, you know, when trying to survive in the white man's world, you know, all you know is you're a black man in the white world. That's our identity. And a lot of Africans will basically brutalize us and look down on us because we don't know exactly where we came from. Even people that migrate.
Exactly.
You know,
My question is, as a third generation, you should actually pinpoint and say, yes, I'm from Ghana, but I'm from this. Except you're a Caribbean that is mixed with other Caribbean
necessarily.
people.
No country called Ghana at the time, right? Nigeria
did
not exist until 1919, right? It was called the Protectorate.
1960. No, 1960. Because when you gain independence, that is your existence.
Hold on. The Protectorate of Nigeria. It was called the Protectorate of Nigeria. The Lord Lugard drew up Nigeria on a freaking napkin.
Exactly. But when they gained independence in 1960, they became the Republic of Nigeria.
That was 1960. But I'm saying, if you basically lived in Lagos or whatever like that, or your parents came from Lagos or wherever like that, you don't know where he originated from. He could have originated from Brazil. He could have originated from Sierra Leone. He was anywhere in the British Empire. You know, he could have originated from South Africa, for you know. So a lot of times.
So you telling me this brother in the UK does not know where his father currently?
Well,
place he's from?
West Africa, but like I said,
he does not know where his grandfather is from.
But I'm
still confused about being. Come on, man.
Hold on. It could be the fact, Judah. It could be the fact that a lot of people that lived in West Africa aren't necessarily like there's like Lagos. You know how many people that lived in Lagos aren't Nigerians, right? Those are like African Americans, Brazilians, Afro Portuguese, Afro whatever, Nova Scotians, Canadians, everything. And so therefore, you know, if you don't have somebody documenting all the stuff like this, right, and it doesn't get passed along, and you go to the UK and whatnot, you know, it's lost. You know, a lot of people don't.
You ordered on this border on the panel, so you're telling me you don't know where your grandfather was from? What part of the state?
Look, let me tell you, we don't know what part of state, bro. That's you wouldn't like, you know what I'm saying?
I can trace my ancestors back 400 years. I got my genealogy like that. I know where I come from. I'm talking about people when you're living in America. I know that I'm from America. You know, I'm not from the Caribbean. I'm from America, right? My ancestors who came here. My ancestors were part of the first Africans brought here in the 1600s. You know, my ancestors go that far back in the Carolinas to the 1600s, you know, for the first Africans who were brought here, you know.
Look, so what you don't understand, yeah, there's a diversified, yeah, that's the key word, yeah, diversified black group, yeah, that means we've all intermingled. Do you understand? So you can't just say, oh yeah, I'm from here, so and so. You could be from Jamaica, and like West Africa. And like, say, maybe Ghana or something like that. Do you understand? We're diversified. And the problem here as well, we all came at different times. Do you understand? So you could get someone who is, say, for example, 5th generation here. You could get someone who's 4th. You could get someone like me who's 3rd. Or you could get someone who's just a new arrival. But the point here is that we are diversified. Yeah, we're diversified black group, where we all grew up in a concentrated area, yeah, where there's lots of different black people intermarriage, yeah, intermingling. That's what we got here.
Land means a new culture.
That's what we got here. So you may possibly know people that say yes, we do know. You may people that may say no, we don't, because over the certain type of diversified, the certain type of intermingling. Do you understand? But that's what it is.
I was talking based on American content, you know, because, you know, the people that because our 3rd generation in America, black Africans actually know that, oh, I am African, I'm from this country. Even 4th, 5th, they actually know that, you know. So.
Oh, let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example. E.J. Roy, you ever heard of him, right? He became president of Liberia. He founded the True Whig Party, right? And he was the first black to graduate from Ohio State University in the 1830s, okay? and he became a wealthy man in Indiana and stuff like that, right? He was a full-blooded Igbo, right? How his ancestors got to America, some speculate that he was part of the British, maybe he came down from Canada or something like that, but he settled among the free black population in Ohio. He went to Liberia, but he was full-blooded Igbo, you know, but he identified as, you know, a man of color, a colored man at the time, a Negro or whatever like that, you know, even though he knew his ancestors, you know, was not too far removed from West Africa and Nigeria. It's the experience of being in America, right, that he took on this identity and say, oh, I'm Nigerian, I'm not these people right here. Edward Wilmot Blyden, the founder, he was another full-blooded Igbo, right? He was born in the Danish Virgin Islands, you know, but he was a staunch Pan-Africanist, right? And so he spoke 7 languages, right? He eventually went to Liberia and Sierra Leone and taught at Foray Bay College in Sierra Leone, you know? So this idea
let me finish by telling this brother about how the Fulani, because he was saying since they are nomadic, you know, of course, I'm from Cameroon. I actually know that the Fulanis have been, you know, but these are the things. The Fulanis are the richest people on the continent in Africa as we speak. You know, the richest man in Cameroon is a Fulani man. The richest man in Nigeria is a Fulani man. And this is why, you know, even most businesses that they interact with, most people lend money from Fulani people, because their nomadic living style have earned them a lot of, you know, high-ranking personalities that have made money out of cattle rearings and stuff like that. So most of them are not, and nomadic is actually people that roam from place to place because of African settlement. Places are developing, people are establishing, that people are getting established. You know, the only people that tend to migrate are the poor nomadics, but the richest, when they have established, they have built empires on the continent. And they are into politics, and everybody into politics. You have countries like USA that are predominantly dominated by Fulani Guinea, and all these Guinea-Bissau, all these Gambia, and they all have dominated Fulanis in their countries. Even Liberia have Fulanis, Sierra Leone, and these people are stable. They don't move around and stuff. So everybody is doing what they can. Everybody has the right to involve into business and run for presidency, you know.
Jude, just out of curiosity, who were the first, like, tribe or ethnic group to settle in West Africa? Who were the first ones there? Was it the Fulani? Was it the Yorubas?
The Fulanis are, before the Fulanis came, there were already tribes that were settled in West Africa, because the Fulanis,
there was already tribes that were settled there. Okay, then.
Exactly.
So,
exactly.
Who were those tribes? What tribes?
I'm not from West Africa. I'm an original Bantu from Central Africa. Our own tribes were, you know, but this is the thing. Africa, there's what is called the Great Migration of Africa. Africans migrated from different parts of the continent into different parts. You know, the Fulanis migrated from Egypt or somewhere up north into down south because of problems. Other tribes, like even in Ghana, they will tell you that their ancestors came from Nigeria. They migrated from Nigeria. West Africa is big. You know, in the Gambia, in Senegal, these people, the Mandinka, they say they came from somewhere. So, you know, people came from a whole lot of places. It depends where you settled, you know. But before the Fulanis came, in their numbers, there were already some Fulanis that existed. Even in Niger, they will say they have Fulanis already before the ones that came from the north. You know.
So what I'm trying to say, yeah, what I'm trying to get here, yeah, if there was already tribes, established in West Africa, yeah, before the Fulanis like came over, how did they obviously gain that type of power structure? Yeah.
Okay.
Over the original ethnic group that was there already, because that ethnic group, whatever group that was there already, obviously they must have been at the time the dominant group there. Do you understand? So when you've got a dominant group established already,
When the Fulani came, they were more dominant. And this is the thing that most Africans in West Africa still don't like the Fulani, because when they come over your land, when you give them access, they can take control of everything. Is what is happening. They have that expansionism mindset. This is what happened. Why the Fulani took over. When the Fulani left, I think Egypt, because they got chased out by the Arabs, they came to northern Nigeria and in certain part of West Africa, right?
Okay.
When they settled down, see, these people had a mindset of Islam. They were already Islamites. They were Muslim. So when they settled down, they saw that the any people, the native of these people that were already there, were not believing in Jesus. They were practicing paganism. So they believed that them that had that Islam religion were more powerful, because they were, they believe in God, in Allah and stuff. So what happened? They conquer bigger tribes like the Hausa. The Hausa people are even one of the biggest tribes in West Africa than even all these Yorubas and Igbos and all these. The Hausa are bigger, but the Fulani took control of the Hausa people in Nigeria. They conquered them. That's when you hear of the jihad, the holy war in Africa, in West Africa. It was between the Fulani and the other tribes in Africa. They even in Bantu, we fought the Fulanis. We fought the Fulanis hard, because what happened is the Fulani were expanding. They were capturing other tribes. They captured the Hausa people. That's why in Nigeria, the Hausa people are under the Fulanis. That's why in Nigeria, you have gotten only Fulani president, but not an Hausa president. And Hausa even dominate in terms of population. But because
so basically what you're saying is that they came over and conquered,
exactly,
the original ethnic group there.
Conquered the original ethnic groups and even transformed them into Islam people.
Right, I see.
That's why even some Yoruba people are now Muslim. Even some Mandinka people, it was because of Fulani transform. Fulani transform a lot of Africans into Muslims.
I see.
So that's why most tribes even succumb to them.
Okay. So my whole point is, their genesis, is basically they are a nomadic people.
So, they are nomadic. Nomadic. Exactly.
What all I'm trying to say, is that with their genesis, in their hearts and mind, they ain't got no intention of developing one place. Do you understand?
No,
they got no intention. Because when that nomadic thing, it's basically you're just an opportunist.
Right, but what you don't understand is
you're an opportunist. So you like to travel around.
But what you don't understand is this,
that you can, all the riches. That's essentially. You look for greener pasture. Nomadic people look for greener pasture.
Exactly.
So you like to travel around. So you ain't gonna have any intentions of developing one spot, because that's not in your genesis.
No, but this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Like what I was saying is, this happened before colonization, when there was no country.
That's right.
Before colonization.
Yes. That
but
is
now
right.
when colonization came in, boundaries were drawn. So it stopped Fulanis from even moving from one part of a country to another country, because you are crossing a borderline. Now another problem is, now with colonial languages, Fulanis were now facing problems, because a Fulani in Nigeria that speak English now see a Fulani in Niger as different, even though they are the same people. They are the same people. So it stopped that movement. So now they are focused now on their own region. Like I said, even in Nigeria, the most successful Nigerians are Fulani people. In Nigeria, the richest men in Nigeria are Fulani men, Fulani families and stuff. People are settling down. The mindset that you have for Fulani was back then. That mindset is back then. It's not now. It's not representing a typically Fulani person now.
Yes. Well, I understand we've entered into modernization. So I understand things are, diversified. But
That's what you should be thinking of, not back then when it was.
What back then, you'll still have the same genesis because you are what you are. At the end of the day, you are what you are. Do you understand?
But
so
every tribe in Africa have genesis. It's like saying this tribe was killing. But there was a way of life of every tribe in Africa, right? But is that still the norm now? No, it's not the norm, because you could say other tribes were persecuting these other smaller tribes for a living. But are tribes still doing that? No, they are not. Things have changed. Modernization they have come in. Some people have taken it into consideration. Some have not. You know, back in the days, you could say the other tribes, the any tribes were more farmers. Are they still farmers now? No.
Yes,
they are getting
still farmers.
There's some, but it's everybody farmer. No,
do the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. Some. That's what I was telling you. That's what I was telling you, that the Fulani people still do, but the ones that do are the most poor people. Some are now into business. They are now rich. They are now control a lot of things.
It doesn't change.
That's what I'm telling you.
It doesn't change your genesis. You are what you are.
No, it changed. So no, you cannot be who you are. Because you are a slave, you mean you should be a slave. So are you telling me because you are a slave, you should be a slave forever? Is that what you are telling me?
No, but all I'm saying,
exactly. So just because you are a nomad doesn't mean you should be a nomad forever.
What I'm saying, what I'm saying to you, your genesis at point, your genesis still, remains, You may have obviously developed, You may have obviously gained riches.
Okay, but I'm out, man. I have to go.
Right.
It's been interesting too, but I'm ready to shut down, brother. I'm tired. It's 3:30 in the morning.
Absolutely, brother. Color Genesis, as always, brother. Great show. Appreciate you, brother. And we're gonna shut it down, family. Stay tuned for more.
Yeah, good conversation. Thanks, Judah and Diaspora.
Yeah. Thanks
for joining us, Bomani, for hosting the show. A lot came out. Let me conclude by saying this. The Hotep shuffle. People trying to escape from the reality of what they are. I would just listen to Q Butter. They going in on these pseudo, some pseudo lady out there now talking about 41 position, 41 types of men and whatnot. She's a lesbian, whatever, and they're going off on it. And they really, everyone's attacking these pseudos. They going after the Hebrew Israelites. Q Butter shows. I'm like, wow. So we're not the only ones here. They're going after these pseudos in the community and whatnot. And I got the inspiration for this show tonight. Listen to Q Butter, and I said, okay, it's on. Everybody's going after the side channel for putting up these, giving a platform to these pseudos and everything like that. And so the bottom line, that's the future right there. We're taking these people on, and I believe as more and more that we discredit these people and not the idea of nation building and Black unity and Pan-Africanism will shine through.
Yeah, can I just say, obviously, a shout out to Jude. He's got his point of views. I've got my point of views. But at the end of the day, we as Black people, we're trying to move forward, and build a strong Pan-African network and collectiveness. So all I want to say, it doesn't matter if you're Fulani, wherever, Yoruba, or whatever whatever you are, we're at the end of the day, we're all Black. You know what I'm saying? So yes, so basically it's just us to move forward and build a stronger future for our kids.
Yeah, knowledge secret, right? If you really want to know, watch the entire show of the show. Go back and watch this. I really dropped the jewels on this show.
Yes.
Which are really, things will change when people start speaking the truth. We can't let people who tell lies about our history and stuff like that, and people come up with false identities like Black people already here and all this stupid ADOS, FDA nonsense and everything. Yes, it's going to be doing, because as I was encouraged to do this topic tonight, somebody else is going to be like, let's take on these people, because I don't care how big of a platform you got. or how many popular got. You know, the truth is the truth. So yeah, the truth will prevail. You know, the truth is always going to come out in the end. They say a lie travels around the world like 5 times before the truth can even get out of bed and put a slipper.
Yes. Okay, so Kana, Bomani, thank you very much once again.
Yeah, family, the journey continues. So, family, we're gonna close out with some beautiful music. Sankofa Bird.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani Nkrumah. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey.
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and adding cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, cold, bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun, cold for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Sun, cold for bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing.